Shalom, Mishpacha. This is Rabbi from Pensacola, Florida. I greet you on this great day of the Sabbath, and I think that we still have some more people to turn up. Can everybody hear me, please? So I can get a one in the room. Okay, great. Excuse me, that's very good. Now today may be a very, very important, from my perspective, today may be the most important lecture I give you in regards to the discussions we've had of late, because my feeling is this, that although we are speaking over here and telling people things, telling those that are part of Israel and even those that are not, we're telling them that what is pertinent, what is available to them, what kind of level of law, what kind of level of power that has been granted them, but I think that most people don't get it. So far what I found is that there are people listening in still don't get it. I spoke with somebody not too long ago, and even though the person was present in the room, but didn't get anything that I've said. So that just shows you the level of comprehension that is going on right at this moment. I think it would be pertinent, therefore, that I would encourage you to disable or shut down your phones, so that switch off your notifications, because what you're going to do is, if you don't, you're going to be continue to looking at your phone and continue to be distracted by notifications, because this is what's going on these days. People carry their phones, they become like a little baby, and you have to keep checking notifications, and it's very distracting for people who have phones, carrying with them all the time, because they can't focus at what they're listening. And I'm guilty of that. I've done that in the past. So I have, obviously, whenever I go someplace it's very important to me, I turn my notifications off. So I would suggest highly that you do that you keep your focus on, because usually the first hour of the lecture, because I'm going to go straight into it, I'm not going to have any fluff. So you better be paying attention for yourselves and for your families, because if you don't, you're responsible for your own failures at the end of the day. And I'll try and put in as much information as is necessary to get the concepts across. Today's Parsha is Torah Parsha, Shemoth. Shemoth is the book of Exodus, and it is chapters 1 that we are dealing with today. And it starts off to the effect of, now these are the names on the children of Israel which came to Egypt, Mitzrayim. Each man in his household came with Yaakov, and then it proceeds to name every person that was with Jacob. Yaakov is the Hebrew name of Jacob. Now, out of that list, as you can read for yourselves, the children of Jacob are mentioned, and as you most know, that Levi is excluded from that list as a priest, as a Kohen, in the gate, or whatever time of the sphere. Now also out of that first 4 names, which are Reuben, Shimon, Levi and Yehudah, we know that Reuben was excluded from the birthright because of what he did, and you can read about that in the book of Genesis. I'm not going to elaborate. And we have Shimon. Shimon kind of disappeared into the wild somewhere, but he's still in the list. We have Levi, who was taken out as a priest, and his generations were to be counted as priesthood. They were given no inheritance. Yahweh became their inheritance, and Yehudah, Judah, was the son out of which 2 children came, as you know the story of Tamar in the Bible. And out of those 2 children, one was to be the line of the kings, and the other one was to be just ordinary people or noble people, whichever way you want to term it. Now, I'm going to hone in on Levi in a second, but before I do, I want to say this, that when it says these are the names of the children of Israel, I think it's highly imperative that we grasp what actually the Hebrew scriptures here are trying to imply. And to most people think, oh, it's just, oh yeah, list of names, boring, I'm just, tired of reading these names over and over again. But the idea that the Bible has when it says these are the names, wa'alei Shemoth, these are the names of the sons of Israel, B'nai Israel. So it's not just saying these, like, I'm introducing you to myself and I'm saying, hey, or I'm standing in the crowd and somebody introduces me in the crowd and says, hey, that's Simon over there. And you just say, oh, is that Simon? Okay, and you just carry on doing whatever you were doing. This is not the idea of the Hebrew scriptures. When it says these are the names, it is saying that these are the people that are going to make the difference and they're going to run the future, and that they are going to be responsible for much on their shoulders. So it's actually giving you honorary titles. These are you could even paraphrase it, these are the honorary people that will represent Israel forever. Now, this doesn't mean, oh well, Jacob has 12 sons and here is a list of names and let's get on with it. No, it's actually saying these are the list of people that are honorary titles. They carry these titles and they will be there forever until the full restoration is done. So when you look at it from that point of view, you will totally understand that why they are not just names attached to people. They are characters of those people, they are titles, and they are also their destiny. So as you have read the Bible probably millions of times, and I'm going to be opening up some scriptures of these Bibles that have probably never been opened the way I'm going to open them. And this is why you need to pay attention for yourselves, not for me, for yourselves. For me, I couldn't care less if you were half asleep or if you were snoring away. I couldn't care less, because for me, I already have the information. Levi has the information. Levi doesn't care about that. And I will just carry the information forward and I'll pass it to my children and my children's children, and you'll be left holding a bag. Oh well, what do we do? Who do we go to for information? Let me tell you who Simon Altef is. Simon Altef is the most important person that is born this side of the century. And a person like me only is born once every century. Once every 100 years a person like me is born, who has a knowledge given to him by God himself, who has been called out by God. He's not called out by his own volition, by his own, one day he was feeling feeling upset and he decided to leave his family and just walk away. No, I'm not that person. I'm a very loyal person. I am extremely loyal to my family. I will never leave my family no matter what. I don't care what religion out there. I will never leave them. But if I have left my family, that means something much more significant had to take place for me to have taken that step. Otherwise I would never take that step. So that's the kind of person that I belong to, the kind of families I belong to. We are from a very noble family background, and we are very determined, we are very, loyal and devoted people. We're very devoted to our families. And it doesn't matter, because we have an axiom in our family. It doesn't matter whether you are happy together or whether you are fighting together. When trouble comes, we are one. We are echad. Ani echad. Anachnu echad. We will be like one family at that time. It doesn't matter how many of us fight, brothers, sisters, you have quarrels and you have your differences. But if trouble comes, we become united. So this is the kind of families that we come from. Henceforth, it's very important that these names in the book of Exodus represent not just associations to different people, but they represent who they are as a character and what they're going to carry forward. Because if you note that they all had a huge part to play in the book of Genesis. We just came through a little summary on Genesis where we had the deals going on with Joseph, how they dealt with Joseph, and why Joseph was, nobody ever talks about this. Joseph was responsible for his own troubles. Joseph brought the trouble to himself. That is unfortunately, that is the honest truth, which nobody likes. Everybody likes to make Joseph so spiritual and so righteous, and then they forget about what actually Joseph was doing. He was slandering, he was tale-bearing, and he was doing everything that he shouldn't have been doing, which then brought about the trouble, which is called mitigating circumstances, in which then the brothers decided that they had to do something about their younger brother, being Joseph in this case. And so we see the events that took place that then placated the 10 brothers, which obviously, as you know, some brothers played a larger part and some played a smaller part in that detail. However, the end result was that as Joseph matured out in his diaspora, in his wilderness experience, he realized and he learned his mistakes. He realized that what had happened to him was meant to happen, because he obviously realized something else very pertinent, that he was responsible for it. Therefore, he decided that it wasn't right for him to punish his brothers for those events, because he was the instigator. So when you are the instigator, you don't go around looking for revenge. And so succinctly, Joseph was wise enough not to do that, and to then pacify his brothers and tell them that these things had to take place, because I had seen these dreams, and these dreams had meanings. And again, we learn that when you have dreams, you don't go around blurting your dream to your next door neighbor and everybody else you meet. So therefore, this is very important, that there are certain things in life that only be communicated to certain people, otherwise they can have the wrong effect. So with that, I'm going to move forward in the lecture, but let me give you my joke of the week before I move forward, because this is, like I said, this is a lot going on over here, and I think I better start by having a little humor in the room. There was a state police officer. He was sitting on the side of the highway waiting to catch speeding drivers. Then he sees the car driving at 22 miles per hour. He thinks to himself, the driver is just as dangerous as a speeder. So he turns on his sirens, pulls the driver over. Approaching the car, he notices there are 5 old ladies, 2 in front seat and 3 in the back, with eyes wide and faces white as ghosts. The driver was obviously confused and says to him, "Officer, I don't understand. I was doing exactly the speed limit. What seems to be the problem?" "Ma'am," the officer replies, "you weren't speeding, but you should know that driving slower than the speed limit, this can also be danger to other drivers." "Slower than the speed limit?" she asked. "No, sir, I was doing the speed limit. Exactly, 22 miles an hour." The old woman says a bit proudly. The state police officer tries to contain a chuckle and explains to her that 22 was a route number, not the speed limit. A bit embarrassed, the woman grinned and thanked the officer for pointing out her error. "Before I let you go, ma'am, I have to ask, is everyone in this car okay?" "These women seem awfully shaken, and they haven't muttered a single word this whole time," the officer asks. "Oh, they'll be all right in a minute, officer. We just got off Route 119. So we'll begin now with the Parsha, and as I said, that these names, which will set forth the sum total of history and our world, and we start with the names. Of course, Reuben is the first name, Shimon is the second, Levi and Yehuda is number 4. I'm not going to count the rest of the names, but out of these 4, if you note that 3 of these names became significant, and out of those 3, if we narrow down the list, 2 became significant. Levi and Yehuda, they became extremely significant because the branches that came off Levi and Yehuda were the people that actually, you had the line of kings and you had the line of the priests. The priesthood worked hand in hand with the sons of Judah in order to protect the kingship of Israel. That's how pertinent and important the tribe of Levi, became so important. And it says that their inheritance was the Lord God, Yahweh himself. He was their inheritance. That is significant. Now to most people, that will fall on deaf ears. They don't know what the heck that means. What does it mean, Yahweh my inheritance? Well, it means a lot more than what you read in the Bible. But we shan't be going into the exact details of that. But one thing it does mean that people of my descent, Levi, have the power to call down things from heaven at will. Now that may sound like a surprise to some people, but it's no surprise to me. So because I've done that, you can call things into people's lives at will, and that power is only given to the Levi. People say, "Oh, prove to me you're Levi. Prove to me you're Levi." They are absolutely foolish to even ask for such proofs, because a proof is when a Levi calls something into existence from nothing. That is a proof that he is a Levite. And that has been demonstrated multiple times in my life. Not once, multiple times. So having said that, I wanted to take you to Genesis chapters 1 just for a moment. And I wanted to see if we could just have a brief, maybe a quick read of it. And I wanted to ask a question based on that. And Genesis chapter 1 says that in the beginning, and you've probably read this verse millions of times, and now I'm going to explain it to you, because what you heard has never been correct answers given to you through whoever, rabbis, pastors, whatever titles they give themselves. In the beginning, Elohim powers, or God in some of the Bibles, it says, created the Shamaim and the land. The land was desolate and chaotic, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And the Ruach of Elohim, that is the Holy Spirit, was fluttering over the face of the Ma'im, the waters. And Elohim powers said, light be, and light was. And Elohim powers saw the light that was good, and Elohim powers separated the light from the darkness. Elohim powers called the light day, which we are right now sitting at, light day meaning the day of the Sabbath, and the darkness he called the night. So the evening and the morning were Yom Echad. So our day, by the way, started with sunrise days, which is another thing that people are still wrestling over. When does day start? And Elohim powers had expanse be in the middle of the mind, that divide the mind from the mind. Now, I'm not going to read the rest because it's quite detailed. There's a lot in it. And in the Hidden Truths Hebraic Scrolls Study Scriptures, you have footnotes littered all over the place, which kind of give you some explanation, or at least try to give you some historicity and some explanations as what's going on. Now, my question to you this morning is this: what did God create the world out of? We know that was the momentary creation of the, as we understand it, us and the universes we live in. What did God create the world out of? Can anybody tell me that, please? So I know that everybody is awake and had their breakfast or dinners or lunches, depending on the times you are at. Excuse me, or in, I should say. Okay, so we have one answer so far, nothing. Anybody else for tops nothing? Okay, so yes, God spoke it into existence, that is true. But what I'm talking about is, what did God create the world or man out of? Well, of course, you might turn around and say, well, God created man out of the dust, water and all that, mud. But what did God actually create out of? So we got another answer coming out of what he thought. Okay, Rabbi Benaiah saying energy. Anybody else? Ground. Okay. Now I want you to think carefully. I want you to think very carefully that there was nothing. So, as you know, Christians teach, and this is I guess, creationist thing as well. Christian creationists, they say that God created out of nothing because there was nothing. So, Ohio 5 is saying out of His Word. Anybody else? Okay. So God created the world, God created the universe. Of course, He can't create out of ground, as you know, because in the space there is no ground. So space is hollow. There is only emptiness, So one has to wonder, what did God create the world out of? Atoms, of course, we understand everything today as atoms, true, but what did God create world out of? Did He create out of atoms? Did He create out of His word? Did He create out of His energy? What energy, if energy? Out of what He thought, or did He just think it and create it? Did He create out of the Spirit? What did He create out of? Let me set forth the actual correct answer, which will set forth your rest of your life. This will be a total different understanding, and this will help you to know who you are as a people as well. God created the world out of Himself. Out of Himself, light. God used light to create the whole universes. So, what is God? Whatever substance God is, I understand that God is lights in plural. So God created the world out of lights. So what is the world? It is not as you see earth, it is not, these are different objects. In other words, you have, earth, you have a moon, you have all these other things, you have humans are made out of mud. But what are we actually made out of? We have to go back to our existing substance, that is lights. So God created us out of what? Let me now put it even more succinctly. He created us out of Himself. We are created out of God. What does that make us? If I'm created out of God, what does that make me? To be honest, it makes us like a co-God. We're not gods per se, because we don't carry that power that God Himself has. But let me give an explanation. If I was to create something, God elements is a good, God elements for sure. So we carry God elements within us. In other words, because we are created out of God. So the answer that is created out of nothing is absolutely a fallacy and a false statement. God used Himself to create everything. So God had to, I don't ask me how God does it, but God was able to do it. And Kabbalists, they explain that God had to shrink, God had to shrink what they call the Ein Sof. They say that God had to shrink back, and then God had to make room, then God had to create. Now, of course, it doesn't answer create out of what? Because they say created out of nothingness. Actually, that is not true. Nothing, as Rabbi Kefa said, nothing from nothing will give you nothing. Absolutely. Let me repeat that. Nothing from nothing will give you nothing, and that's absolutely true. So you have to have something to create something. So if you are a human being, let me just put it very simply. If you are a human being and you are going to beget a child, two of you mate together, you produce a child. But what is the child? The child is a representation of you and your wife, man and woman. That's what the child represents. His nose, his face, those features will kind of match, your features. So therefore, the child is a representation of you. So what am I? What are you? We are representations of God on the earth. That's what we are. This is why Jesus, Yeshua of Nazareth, He said, you are gods. That's His statement. Today, many people are confused about it. Today, and they were confused about it yesterday as well. They had a hard time with it. They didn't like that statement. They thought, is He saying that we are Yahweh, we are Hashem? This is the kind of reaction that you got from the Jews in Jerusalem when He said that. They said, you are gods. They didn't like that statement. But when it came out of God's mouth, He said the same to Moses. You are a God to Pharaoh. Remember? Remember what He said to Moses? You are a God to Pharaoh. He didn't say, Moses, you are a little man to Pharaoh. He didn't say that. So we got to really start understanding what we are as a people. We, and I'm not talking about just you and me, everybody on the planet. Now, if I am energy, meaning I'm light, if I'm some kind of light from where I came, okay, God just mixed other elements. He mixed mud, He mixed water, and our bodies truly operate on lights, from the Father of lights. So if I'm from the Father of lights, am I going to die and disappear? Think about it for a second. So now let's deal with all the false doctrines out there. Or you die, you have soul sleep. Or you die, you go to hell because you're wicked. Or you die, you're gonna burn in Sheol or somewhere, in the underworld in Hades. All of those statements are entirely, totally false. Humans, when they die, cannot, and let me repeat that, we do not have soul sleep, and we do not just disappear into the atmosphere, and we are a light of God. That light can never be destroyed. It can be contained, it can be remolded by God, it can never be destroyed. As light, we will never be destroyed. In other words, there is no such thing as destruction of a soul. But a soul which is light in essence, God can take that soul and remold it, remodify it. For instance, in science, scientists can take something like a substance, like they can take gold, for instance. They can apply current to it, and they can change its molecules. And that's what you get, something different coming out with the molecule change. As long as that electric is applied, it changes the molecules of gold just for that time being, until the electricity is removed. Then it still becomes gold. So therefore, we can be remolded by God, and we usually we get sent back into this world. In other words, there is such a thing as reincarnation, and who God chooses to send back and for what purpose, these mysteries, only God knows those mysteries. No man knows what those mysteries are. However, we do know that God sends people back. There may be issues such as the person was sent and did not complete his mission on this earth. Whatever mission he was given, whatever reasons. Now the Kabbalists will say that he didn't, he came to do tikkun, repair of the breach, something that he did in the past. The Hindus will say, he had sins from the past and he came to deal with his sins. And the Christians will say, well, there's no such thing as the past. Man is just born and man just dies. So all three have partial truths, but none of them is completely the truth. The truth is this, that we are born into this world, our souls are put into bodies. When we die, we go back, we then get another birth, then we come back again based on where God wants us to put us. We are assigned guardian angels. We are assigned guardian angels, so when you die, when I die, we will go back to our guardian angel. He will then direct us to the mansions. Remember, Jesus spoke about mansions. He said that there are mansions up there. He said, I go to make a place for you. Mansions where you will live. By the way, they are for the souls. They are not for us humans. Because mere mortal humans don't live in mansions in the sky. We live down here. So what Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth, was telling people, that there are mansions. Those mansions come into effect when we die, not before that. Because our souls will gravitate to those mansions, and then from there, our fate meaning where God places us, after that, whether we are going to be reborn into another body, or whether we're going to be restrained because we were so wicked and we did bad things. It all depends on your actions on this earth, and God will then decide where you get put, whether you get put into which country you get put into, and what role you're going to play, and then which family you are born into. All of these things are predetermined by God, but do we have a say in it? I'm pretty sure that we have some say in it, but not complete say. Now, I have heard, when I was on my travels, I listened to extensive recordings on a particular person that had done experiments on many people. He did what's called a regression therapy, regression hypnosis, in which he took the subjects back, and then he spoke to the subjects as to find out what they were prior to this life, who they were and how they came, and it was fascinating to hear that, very fascinating. However, the author's name, I mean, if you wanted to know and if you wanted to listen to it, I could give you the author's name. But having said that, that's not scripture, it's just scientific. He was working from a scientific background. He was working to ascertain that a soul, one particular person that he was dealing with, how many lives has he lived, he or she, and have they been here before, and what were they before, and what were they doing, and how did they come about now? Because he was dealing with a particular aspect of their present life, some particular circumstance in which they were traumatized or perhaps ill or some other effect, and he was trying to understand and he was trying to relieve that. So what he would do a regression, go into the past, fix that, what happened in the past, which would fix the present. In other words, there was a particular woman he spoke about. He said that the woman had migraines, and he then took her into regression therapy, and he found out that the woman had been living before in another life, and she had been, whether it was a suicide or whether somebody else, I think it was a suicide, she had shot herself. And because she shot herself in the head, she had carried a migraine into the present life from that trauma that occurred in the past. So he said he went into the past, he removed that trauma, and then he was able to effect a cure in the present. I kind of find that rather interesting, what he was speaking about. However, that's basically what happens to energies. Energy, because we are energy, because we are light, we cannot be destroyed. Just as God tells you that He cannot destroy angels, because you read about it in the book of Revelation, the angels will be restrained. We read in the book of Enoch, angels are restrained. Angels are not destroyed. Why? Because what comes out of God cannot be destroyed, period. Because God cannot be destroyed. Therefore, that's why we will never be destroyed. We will live forever. In other words, our souls will live forever. However, God can choose to put them into different bodies for whatever purposes. That's another subject altogether that I don't want to even go there right now. So having said that, that's where we are. Therefore, we have certain powers. Those certain powers, I doubt that many of us even realize we have those powers, and some of us, unquestionably use them. We all kind of use them, but we don't always know what we are doing. Sometimes we think, oh, it happened by chance, something I'm doing happened by chance, or something. We might think it's mumbo jumbo, or we might think it's magic or something else, but we actually have capabilities. And these capabilities, I don't know, maybe I use Superman, I don't know if that's a good analogy. In the movie of Superman, his father was made by a particular substance and he carried a particular stone. So he gives that to his son. And the son becomes very powerful on earth with that substance and that stone. And now Superman could not be destroyed, but Superman could be restrained, right? Superman could be restrained. That is the analogy I like to give you. We can be restrained. After death, we will never be able to be destroyed. There is no such thing as destruction of the soul. The souls cannot be destroyed. So therefore, this idea that Judaism teaches you that a soul, only the Jewish soul is eternal. By the way, I have to say this to offend some people. That's an absolute pure lie. Jewish soul is not eternal. Every soul is eternal, Jewish or otherwise. So let's start looking at what really is facts and truth on the ground, not necessarily what people teach you. A lot of people teach you a lot of things that are not true. So now coming back, because we are now trying to understand the words of Scripture, the words of Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth, what He said, what He meant, etc., etc. So I want to take you back, and I want to deal with the law of lack, because there is such a thing, because I've been dealing with a lot of things called law, and those are not laws that people readily understood. And in the last two lectures, if you go back, you will notice that I dealt with certain laws. And now I'm going to deal today with the three particular laws: the law of lack, the law of blessing or abundance, and I'm going to deal with the law of assumption. Those are the three laws I'll deal with. These were given by the Messiah in the following scripture. There's many, but this one I picked. It says this: whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. Now, a lot of people get confused, especially in church circles. They say, well, what does that mean? And they will tell you, well, you know what? If you're faithful, God will give you more. If you're not faithful, God will take what you have. By the way, that's a false statement. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say if you're faithful, that will be taken away. If you're not faithful, that will be, etc. If you're faithful, more will be given. No, totally false. You could cringe and you could be absolutely upset, and you could say, well, how come the Rockefellers are so rich? How come they have so much? And they get more and more and more given to them. How come I'm poor? How come I don't have enough? You see, you could be, and this is what happens in the real life. In the real life, as I've seen, as I've witnessed, that people usually complain about other people. They'll say, oh, such and such person, they'll say, he's so rich, he's filthy rich. How come I don't have enough money? Why am I lacking all the time? So they usually say that. Rabbi Kefa is saying that man truly do not understand or does not understand the dominion that we have been given as men of this earth. We must understand the laws of the universe to dominate. Absolutely true. And this is our session today to understand that. So therefore what happens is that people complain and say, well, how come God gave to Rockefeller? I mean, why did he give to President Trump and made him a billionaire? Why aren't I a billionaire? And then they'll say things like, why is Bill Gates so rich? Why aren't I rich? Why is, Mukesh Ambani an Indian, a Hindu, and, a idol worshipper? Why is he so rich? Why aren't I rich when I worship God and I worship the single God? You see, these are kind of the things that people will come up with from religious background, and they will quib, they will complain, and they will say that why these people are getting it and I'm not. And what is at effect? Let me state for the record, laws do not discriminate. Let me repeat that again. Laws that are universal by God established do not discriminate whether you are Hindu, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Jewish, whether you are, nothing. No religionist. Laws do not discriminate. Laws do not discriminate if you're white, if you're black, if you're yellow, or if you're green from Mars, from Mars. Laws do not discriminate. Laws are laws. They apply to every person, irrespective of race, religion, creed. So that must be understood. So therefore, when God separated us as a nation, He wanted to empower us as a nation. Unfortunately, we failed miserably as a nation, and hence we are now sitting outside Israel, majority of us complaining and whining about when I'm going to be taken back. Most of the people I speak to, they always ask, when is our restoration? And now we have to go through the mill, trying to deal with the problems we have, but it's actually all good. It's not bad. So therefore, now question is, what are you doing with yourself? So again, when the Messiah said that what is there will be taken away, what you have is given. In other words, if Rockefeller has billions of dollars, more will be given to him. And you'll be like, that makes no sense to me. How come if he has billions, more will be given? And if I only have a few hundred, that'll be taken away. Because people who live in lack mindset will never have abundance. That's why it's nothing to do with Rockefeller or President Trump being a billionaire or Bill Gates being a billionaire or Mukesh Ambani being a gazillionaire. It doesn't matter. It's irrespective of that. When you carry an attitude of lack, you will lack. That is the law. That is what I term the law of lack. When you carry the law of abundance, when you tell yourself, I am abundance, when you stop complaining and you start living your life as God has determined for you, then you will not have that lack. It's a mindset, and that mindset affects every person on this planet, irrespective of who they are. So it's not about Christianity, it's not about Judaism or any isms. It is about you and God, what God has given you. So having said that, that is where the Messiah was talking about. Now, you might think that, oh well, this is just this is only something, a new concept that came in the New Testament. But no, it didn't. It actually, concept came out of, believe it or not, out of the Torah. And that's what the Messiah was referencing. Because if you go into Genesis 28:15, it tells you there, I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go. I will not leave you until I've done what I have promised you. Now, there comes, in hidden terms, the law of lack and the law of abundance. But I don't think people will ever see that over there, because people are looking for answers in single scriptures. Only problem is that what they read, they don't understand, because it doesn't say what they want it to say. They like it to say what they believe it to say, but it doesn't always. It never says that, unfortunately. So you get the wrong information. So having said that, if we are light, now here's another thing. We are told in the book of John, and this is something that we pick up from the book of Genesis, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now, what is the Word? Now, this takes us to the beginning. Now, I won't ask you this question, because otherwise, you might think I'm trying to trip you up. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm trying to give you understanding that will help you going forward from this day forth. So, word is thoughts or imagination that God used to create everything. In other words, before God created the universe, He had these thoughts. When I say mind, I mean we don't really know. God doesn't look like me, of course, but God, whatever substance God is, God has a mind, and God, has thoughts in that mind, and in that mind of God, He can have imaginations, and God created the universes out of that. So we're going to come back to the kingdom of heaven. Last night, I went through, somebody asked me last night a particular question, and they said to me, what does this word mean? What does this parable mean? And I said, it means absolutely the opposite of what you're thinking. And you're going to be blown away by what it actually means. So I said, maybe today I thought about it. Last night I thought about it. I thought, what, it'd be a good idea for me to reiterate that parable to you, because what answer I gave to them, they were like absolutely shocked at what the answer really was. And I thought it might be pertinent for me to repeat it for you, because I don't often speak about parables of Jesus and what they actually mean. I may leave a few comments here and there in the scriptures, but I don't think anybody can, is to leave a detailed comment about something, because you see, scriptures have many meanings, and those meanings you cannot always put in a commentary. Therefore it's difficult to commentarize a particular scriptures. Therefore we have to explain it. In other words, I have to be here to give you the explanation of what it means. Without me being here, I'm going to be wrestling with comments, and I know comments are not going to help you. My comment may kind of put you in the right direction, but it's not going to help you 100%. It will put you in the right direction though. Now it was the parables of Jesus that we were referring to, and we pick up from the verse that was quoted to me was verse 47. It said, again, the kingdom of Shemaim, the kingdom of heaven, is like a dragnet which was cast into the sea and gathered of every kind. So I had to go back a little bit. So let's back out a little bit. What does that mean? That these people caught some fishes, and they threw away the ones they didn't like, and they kept the ones they liked. And what does it mean? So I had to back out, and I said, let's reverse a little bit. Let's reverse a little bit and see what this is all about. And so we started to look at these, and a very important question was asked, is that what is this verse in 42, and they shall cast into a furnace of fire, they shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth? Does that mean people are going to be punished? Well, guess what? Majority of the churches today teach you that you're going to go to hellfire if you're a wicked man, and here is the proof, and they quote you this verse, and they shall be cast into a furnace of fire, and they shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. There you have it. Okay? Now you can't argue with them, because when people lack understanding of our scriptures, then they can make anything out of it. You see, when you read that plainly, you think, oh, fire, oh, literally burning and gnashing of teeth, oh, that must be suffering, oh, I'm going to be punished, I'm a bad person. Then everything that you do, you then start living in the fear factor. Because now some pastor, some preacher out there on TV or in real life has given you this scripture, now you got no answer for it. You were like, hey, this says about torture. Am I going to be tortured? Then imagine what kind of life you will live. When you keep thinking about being tortured at the end of your life, I don't think you live a very productive life. You live a fearful life. Then what happens? The law of fear comes into effect. When the law of fear comes into effect, it basically overrides and negates every good thing in you. Now you can't operate. When you're living in the law of fear, you cannot operate. This is when people have breakdowns, nervous breakdowns. They get into drug addiction and smoking and drinking and all sorts of bad things because they're because they're trying to relieve themselves. But I will explain to you that verse has absolutely nothing to do with torture. See, this is scriptures. This is scriptures that you're going to be learning from a person of Levi, and for whatever reason, I'm going to have to open these up a little bit today. So I'm going to back out a little bit, and we're going to go and we're going to look. It says the field is the world. So what we see here in verse 36, it says, then Yehoshua sent the multitudes away and went into the Bait, into the house with his disciples, and came to him saying, declare to us the parable of the tares of the field. And he answered and said to them, he that sows the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, the good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil, the harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels, Malachim. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this age. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, his Malachim, and they shall gather out of the kingdom all things that offend, and them that which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. They shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as a sun in the kingdom of their Abba. Who has ears, let him hear. Again, the kingdom of Shemaim, kingdom of heaven, is like a treasure in a field, which when a man has found, he hides, and for joy there goes out and sells all that he has and buys that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant seeking goodly pearls, who when he had found one pearl of great price, went and sold all that he had and bought it. And again, the kingdom of heaven is like a dragnet which was cast into the sea and gathered of every kind, which when it was full, they drew to shore and sat down and gathered the good into vessels, but cast the bad away. So shall it be at the end of the world. The Malachim, the angels, shall come forth and separate the wicked from among the righteous, and shall cast them into the furnace of fire. They shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. There you go. There's your verse again about torture. Absolutely nothing to do with torture again. Have you understood all these things? And they all nodded their head. Yeah. You're like, yes, we understood it. Guess what? None of them understood it. Do you see now? Even his own disciples who were with him did not understand what he was telling them. And they all nodded their head and said, yeah, we understand it. Guess what? Where they were all, when he was being hung on the tree, or cross if you like to believe it, guess where they were all going at that point in time? They were running and covering for their lives. So that's kind of funny, isn't it? It's like a Lauren and Hardy movie. When you got Lauren and Hardy's like nodding his head. Yeah, I understand, and doesn't understand anything. So this is a problem. The problem is that the Bible is cloaked in mystery, and the Bible is cloaked with a lot of riddles called parables. And these mysteries cause all sorts of problems in understanding it. So therefore we have to understand them from the correct perspective. Let me take you back. Let me take you back and explain what these parables are. All these parables in this particular passage are one and the same. They mean the same thing. They all point to and talk about the law of assumption, which is the perfect law from the Torah. Now, you may find that statement rather shocking. How come that the law of assumption is a perfect law and is coming out of the Torah? Well, Jacob, in the letter of James, He spoke about the perfect law of liberty, perfect law of truth, perfect law of independence. That, by the way, was the law of assumption. It's a set law, it operates in everybody, but everybody doesn't know how to use it. So he said that's the perfect law, and by the way, that is Torah. That is what God has planted in every one of us through Himself. So let's look at it a little bit further. Now let's go back and re-look at these things. It says that the kingdom of heaven is like a field, which when a man has found, he hides. For joy there goes and sells all that he has and buys that field. What is that field? That field is your mind. That field is your brain. Because what you do, when a person discovers that law of assumption, what do you think he's going to do? He's not going to go tell everybody about it. He wants to keep it to himself. It's mine. I own it. I'm going to use it for my power. I'm going to gain power. That's what has happened in the past. In the past, what has happened is that people have understood some principle of the law of assumption and decided that they're going to become like God. They are going to be God. And they're going to use that power. You can go back, our history is littered with people like that. You know, from Caesar all the way back to Nebuchadnezzar's history, and even beyond that. Pick up any book and read about all these leaders that proclaim themselves as God. Why did they do that? Yeah, absolutely, as you think you will be, because they thought they are gods based on the information that they received about themselves, because that's the conclusion they all came to, which wasn't a wrong conclusion, but it was wrong in the sense that they were temporary. They forgot the idea that even if they are gods on this earth, they are earthly gods, and as such earthly powers, but they're only temporary over here. They're not forever, like, eternal God. So again, the kingdom of Shemaim, it says, which is like a merchant seeking goodly pearls, who when he's found one pearl, what is that one pearl? That one pearl is the law of assumption. When he found it, he sold everything and he bought it. He said, that's it, I'm going to use that now. That is my forte. And it talks about dragnet. You pick out all these creatures from the sea. Well, guess what? You can use your law of assumption to call into reality all sorts of things in your life. But they may all not be good. So what you do, you say, you know what, I'm going to keep this, I'm going to throw that away, and this is good for me, this is not good for me. That's what the dragnet, and that's what that illustration is about. The Messiah was talking about the law of assumption. And then it says, at the end of the world, the angels will come forth and separate the wicked from among the righteous, and shall cast them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Absolutely nothing to do with punishment. Let me say it again, nothing to do with punishment. What is to do with is when we die. Remember what I told you earlier, so I set my stage. I told you earlier that we all have assigned angels, guardian angels. Each soul, each person on this earth has guardian angels. Guardian angels will come and they will take us. We are energies, we are light. They will take this light, and then God will decide how to mold us back. When God molds us, there will be some discomfort. That's called the furnace of fire. Furnace of fire meaning that we are a fire. We are a type of fire. We are a type of light. When God will mold me and make me into something that He wants me to make me into, for my future reference, when I'm going to come back as another being, another human being, I will go through some discomfort. It's not a punishment. It's a discomfort. It's very hard to explain these concepts because I can't really explain them in the human terms, but let me just try. If you take water and you freeze it, it becomes ice. Now, of course, when the water defreezes, it becomes water again. So therefore, there may be some molecule changes. The molecules change, and you can only see them in the lab under the microscope. Therefore, in the same way, we'll be put through some process. When our souls are put through some process, we will have some discomfort. And that will be like being in the furnace of fire. But this wailing and gnashing of teeth, that's just an illustration. That's just an illustration of discomfort, and we'll come out of it and we'll be ready to roll again and be, the beings that God wants us to send us, into humanity again, and we will do whatever God intends us to do. We'll get another chance, another chance, another chance, another chance. It's like Groundhog Day. You do it several times. And you may get about 9, 10, 12, 15, 20, who knows how many lives. You live through many lives. And then he said to them, therefore every scribe or every expert in the Torah which is instructed to the kingdom of Shemaim is like a man that is a householder which brings forth out of his treasures new things and ancient. What does that mean? It means this. It means that I can use the law of assumption to bring the best of myself. Because what is the law of assumption? What am I as a scribe? I'm writing my own destiny. I can write my own destiny. That's what that means. So you as a scribe, what are the scribes' roles? Scribes' roles in ancient times were to write law contracts, home contracts, tax contracts, holy scriptures, all sorts of things the scribes did. Business contracts. So therefore, what are you as a scribe? You're writing your own destiny using the law of assumption. That is how powerful this is. Now, I'm sure I've lost many people at this point, but we'll cover this further. Let me now take you to illustrations, which will hopefully give you some help. Now, therefore, as I said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven is not some outside influence, out there, and we are waiting for it to turn up, and we haven't quite got there yet. No, the kingdom of heaven is here. Isn't that what Jesus said? He said the kingdom of heaven is here, right now. It's within you. What is that kingdom of heaven? That is your law of assumption. You can use that kingdom of heaven, that law, you can use it to change your whole lives. You can make yourself a paradise, or you can make yourself a hell. Your choice. God actually is not going to sit over here and wield that little stick from up there and punish you. God has allowed you to make choices. And God has given you this so powerful law that you can change your destiny. You can be Bill Gates, or you can be the Pope or in New York holding a card in your hand and begging for money. That's your choice. That's the law. You can be on both sides of the fence, but you have to choose. You have to choose one side. And that's very important. And so we see, Shabbat Shalom to you, Lynn. And so we see, and then it says something, and this verse a lot of people struggled with and wrestled with. In Matthew 5:20 it said, except your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you by no means can enter the kingdom of heaven. Can anybody tell me what that means? Anybody take a shot? Rabbis, students, take a shot at this one. What does it mean that your righteousness has to exceed the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees of the first century? Okay, so Rabbi Kefa is saying it is within, not without. Must do not want to look within. They are too busy looking without themselves, blaming everyone else. Anybody else wants to take a shot at this, please? Because this verse is, Christians will just shy away from this. They'll simply say, oh, Jesus did it for us, we are saved through him, blah, blah, blah. And okay, that's it, all done, dusted. That's their answer. Now, what is the answer that you would give on this particular verse, that your righteousness, your righteousness has to exceed the righteousness of the Pharisees and Sadducees, or, the people out there in those days. Now, of course, they were synagogue-going people, they were temple-going people. So, okay, so Jacob is saying that they must go beyond listening, writing, and teaching to doing. Get out of religious mindset. Anybody else? Another answer is get out of religious mindset. Believe we can and act accordingly. Okay, Lion Princess, thank you. And Abraham is saying the Pharisees had a heart of stone. Okay, all right. So this is what this means. Let me explain what the actual verse means. It means that the Pharisees and the Sadducees at the time, scribes and Pharisees, they said that they could not enter the kingdom of heaven. Why? Because scribes and Pharisees were the people that were influenced by or governed by outward ritual practices, outward appearances, like they wear a long shawl, they have long zit-zits, and they would go around in nice dresses. So they wanted to have these things with them of appearance, and they wanted to use those to impress the people. In other words, the rules and the customs of that Jewish society in the first century and it was a vain desire. They lived with a vain desire to please other men. So what is Yeshua teaching? What is Jesus teaching? Here the righteousness that he's speaking about is not like, well, how good you keep your Sabbath, how good you keep your law of permissible food versus unpermissible food. None of that is the case here. Here, righteousness is a term that means to attain your desires, of missing the mark. If I don't attain my desire, let me be very frank with you. You can write your own future, absolutely. So if I don't attain my, I wrote my own future, by the way. I'm sitting here, proof pudding. I wrote my own future, and you can believe it, or you can disbelieve it. It's up to you. I wrote my future when I was 23 years old. I said I'm going to work in an office. I'm going to have a very nice job, and I'm going to be above everybody else in my family. And I made that. I made the $100,000 job. No one in my family to this day has got a $100,000 job. I did. I had more than $100,000 salary. So I made that. I made my future. Meaning, everyone can attain. I attained righteousness. That, by the way, is righteousness. What is righteousness? To attain your desire. If you don't attain your desire, what is the opposite of righteousness? Sin. If I didn't attain my desire and remained a cab driver for the rest of my life and was, trying to feed my family and didn't get anywhere, well then guess what? I died. What did Jesus say? You will die in your sins. I would have died in my sin, trying. That is what sin is. Sin is missing the mark. What is missing the mark? Well, if I don't attain my desire, I miss the mark. And now I will live a life of suffering and life of difficulty. I'll never get anywhere. So that's exactly right, Rabbi Kefa. It will be hand to mouth, and it will not be achieving the mark. So righteousness must be understood in God wants every one of you to achieve your desires. You have the law of assumption to do that. If you don't use the law of assumption, you'll never be able to get your desires. Let me give you a very simple illustration. A poor man, and I've met some poor people in my life, by the way, because I travel a lot. I met some poor people. I was speaking to some poor people last night. They were so happy and ecstatic. Oh my goodness. The woman was so ecstatic and happy. She calls me a brother. And she phones me every day. She phones me from Pakistan. And she's from a poor background. Very faithful woman, very determined, and very happy. And she said to me, the money that you sent us for Christmas, she said, we used that to buy some new clothes. And I bought myself a new shoes. And she said, usually I can't afford to buy shoes more than couple of dollars, I can't afford to buy shoes. But this time, she said, I spent a little bit more money because you sent me the money. I used that to buy some really nice clothes for myself and nice shoes. And we are now going out to visit our family in another city, and we could only do that thanks to you. And she was like, I want to give you thanks. I want to thank you. You did so much for us. You helped us. You were here and you came to us. You visited us. She said, it's like Jesus came to our house. She said, I really literally believe that it wasn't you, it was Jesus who came to our house. It was God. She said, you are a human being, but you are an angel for us. She said, you're just a human, but actually we believe that God has sent you in a human form. Really, you are an angel for us. That was her words. And her words last night were that you don't know how happy we are that we can wear these clothes, we can wear these shoes. And she said, I've desired to wear these, and I haven't been able to wear these clothes for many, many years. I struggled. She said, I struggled. I didn't give up my faith. I prayed to God. I always said to God, give me my inheritance, give me my things. And he said, then you walked in the door. She said, I was so happy. She said, that day you came and I saw you in the street wandering, looking for this family. And I said to myself that Jesus has said, if I come to you and you did not feed me, you did not clothe me, you did not ask me when I was in prison, then you're an unrighteous bunch. Paraphrasing what Jesus said. He said, that's the verse that came to my mind. And I said, I have to ask this man to come in, because this is Jesus. He told us that we have to, if a stranger comes and we don't ask him, then we are denying him. So she was telling me this yesterday, and she said that, and she was telling me this day before yesterday, and she was saying to me that I every time I think about you, that you came to our house, and that you came for somebody else, and we ended up meeting you, and I think that that was God had sent you to us. And I said, I absolutely agree with you, that although I came for somebody else, myself from a humanity point of view, but really I went for you over there. God sent me for you, not for them. So, you see, people have to have the understanding. So, when a poor person, coming back to the poor person analogy, when a poor person cannot attain their desires, guess what happens? They do not attain the mark. They have missed the mark, therefore they died in their sins. You see, the problem with sin is, we've defined it as some kind of curse word and bad word. It's not a bad word. Sin simply means you missed the mark. If you missed the mark, let me reiterate. If you attained your mark, you attained your righteousness. If you wanted to have a nice home to live in, guess what? You attained your righteousness. You got your home. Now you wanted a nice car. You got your car. You wanted nice clothes. You got your clothes. Guess what? You have not missed the mark. Therefore, you didn't die in your sins. You have given your family all the desires that you wanted to give your family. You have. Now you have actually attained the mark. Therefore, your righteousness is met. That is righteousness. But when you miss the righteousness, when you miss the mark, you die in your sins. Because how can Jesus be saying to people, you will die in your sins? And these people are outwardly righteous people. Absolutely, Vankuni. Righteousness is all about attaining your mark and using it for the good that we are meant to be. Remember, God created Israel for a purpose. The purpose was to be a light to the nations. In other words, by our good deeds. We couldn't be a light to the nations by practicing the wrong things, by being bad people, by doing things that are totally wrong to us. So, therefore, every one of us was created to do the right thing, to be a light. Now, the problem is this, that today the world is split up into sin and not sin, sin and righteousness. And a lot of people think righteousness is some kind of garb. Oh, many are greedy and prideful, absolutely. So, I'll tell you a story about greedy and prideful as well. She was telling me, this lady last night was telling me that there was a family, her basically sister's husband died, and her sister had diabetes, and she couldn't work because she had a little finger what's the word for it? Amputated, I guess. The little finger was cut a little bit because of excess diabetes, I guess, and this woman had only 2 daughters. Now the woman was poor, the husband died. Obviously they missed the mark. The husband died in sin. Now, you understand the word of sin? Nothing to do with, he went over there and, ate pork and he committed a great big sin. What a bad man. We're not talking about that kind of language over here. We're talking about sin, missing the mark. Her husband missed the mark. The poor woman is still poor to this day. And so the poor woman, she came to the city where this woman lived. Oh, absolutely not, Rabbi Kefa. One man's sin is not another man's sin. So therefore this woman came and she went to her brother. She had 2 brothers and a sister, I believe. She went to the brother, and you know what the brother turned around and said? I'm sorry, I can't help you. I cannot buy your medicines and get you treated, because I only have sufficient for myself. So the brother told her off. And woman was sitting there crying, don't know what to do. Her husband just died, 2 kids. This is a real life story. Mishpacha. Family, this is real life story. This is not made up parable. This story is happening in Pakistan as we speak. And so this woman told me, she goes, this woman is my sister-in-law. And she goes, you know what happened to my sister over there? She said, her husband died and she is poor. And she said, this is what she said to me. She said, the money you send me, the help you give me, I also support her as well. I want to give her some money too. Because that woman is needy. She has 2 daughters. And she said the brother rejected her. And then I said, why don't you come to my house? Look, this woman had nothing. Right? This woman had nothing. And she goes to her, why don't you come to my house? I'll take you. She said, I took that woman. She said, I brought her home. That time, she said, she got her salary from the school. She worked as a janitor in the school. She said, I had a mediocre salary. I had a salary of about, something like, I don't know, $20. She said, I had a $20 salary, and I took her and I used my salary to take her to the doctors, to get her medication and, other things, and to satisfy her needs. And I said, you'll eat what we eat. That's the kind of heart this woman has. And so I was listening to a story. I was like, my goodness, we are talking about real people in this world, not just, make-believe. So when and I said to her, okay, when I come next time, I'd like to meet your family, your other family, like your sister and other brothers, etc., so that'll be another time. I said, yes, next time you come, we'll take you there. So therefore, their family being poor, if they remain poor, they will miss the mark. They will miss the mark because they didn't attain their desires. What's wrong with attaining your desire? Can anybody tell me, is there anything wrong with it? Is there anything wrong with you wanting a house? Is there anything wrong with you wanting a car and wanting to have a comfortable life? I don't see anything wrong with it. So this is the problem. The problem is that the world, not the world, but the church at large, or religion, let me put it as a religion will tell you, you got to suffer. The more you suffer, the better it is. The reality is totally the opposite. If you suffer and die, you die in your sins. Righteous people who go to synagogues every day, people who read scriptures, daily they're reading the Bible in yeshivas, in Israel, that is the people that Jesus was speaking to, and he said, you're going to die in your sins. Why? Because they're going to miss the mark. They're not going to attain their desires. If all you're going to do is sit in synagogue and 12 hours a day recite the Bible and do nothing about your life, and your family is suffering, and they can't make bread for themselves, food for themselves, guess what? You missed the mark. You're going to die in your sins. So therefore, it's very important to understand that you can miss the mark. By that is what Scripture is saying. So when he was talking about these Pharisees and scribes, well, guess what? Their righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribe. What is it talking about? Using the law of assumption. So it's saying that unless you attain your desires, because they didn't attain their desires, they missed the mark. He's saying you don't miss the mark. That's what it's talking about. Then he says, seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added. And we certainly think, this talking about, me going to church, me doing Sabbath right, me doing all these food laws right, and listening to the pastor and doing the traditions, and that must what this means. No, it means none of those. It means that you must attain the desires that God has made you for, and once you achieve those desires, you can truly live to be what Israel is meant to be, a light to the nations. So the kingdom, the entire creation of God is what? The creation is finished. It's I am. It's within you. So if the creation is finished, what does that mean? There's no more creation. Remember, creation is finished. God already said that I've created everything. If God has created everything, creation is de facto finished. There is no more creation to be done. Even I think the term co-creators is probably not quite accurate. We shouldn't use that. I personally think we shouldn't use the term co-creators. I mean, we use it, but I don't think it's quite accurate. Why? Because creation is finished. What are we doing? I think maybe a better term would be callers. We are calling things that are already created. I don't have to create my car. The car's already made. It's sitting in maybe, I don't know, Mercedes garage or somewhere. My car's already there. I don't create it. I don't make it on the line. I got to call it in. So we are callers. We bring it forth. Absolutely, we bring it forth. Torah 1:3 is saying that Hakon, if I can give esteem to Abba Yah for his mercy and loving kindness towards my sister. My sister had a heart attack a week ago. She is now fully recovering. She is at home now. I give all esteem to Abba Yah. Doctors are amazed about the recovery. That is great. Baruch Hashem Yahweh for that. So as I was saying that, so therefore, I don't have to create that Mercedes. But if you ask me to create that Mercedes, I'll be there forever. I don't know which part to put together. So it's not calling the Mercedes. It's not creating the. We're not co-creators. That's a totally, kind of not so great term to use. Co-creators. Co-creators means that you're creating something. Well, we're not creating anything. We are calling into question. So we are calling into question, and this one you need to understand is that we are calling. If I want a car, if I want a house, it's already made. The house is already made. The car is already there. I'm calling into my life. So I'm a caller. I don't know what appropriate word you can use for that. Maybe I'm a caller. I don't know, because God also called things into question as well. So God's already created everything. If creation is done, then I am. What is I am? I am, if you look at scriptures from the book of Exodus, God said, this is my name forever. And a lot of Bibles translate that into I am. Haya or Hiye, Ehiye. So if that is I am, then who is I am? I am is such a powerful word. It's such a powerful word to use. But a lot of people don't use it. Listen to this. If I say I am stupid, what does that make me? If I say I'm foolish. Now if I say on the other hand I am great. If I say I am happy, what does that make me? Do you see the effect that I am can have? I am is God. Only God says I am. But if I use those terminologies just as God said, guess what will happen? I take on the form of God. I'm not God per se, but I take on that form. I can call that into being. If I say I am happy, I'm going to be happy because I called it. If I say I'm great, I called it. I am great. Never let yourself down. Never tell yourself, oh, what a bad man I am. You might say, let's say your name is, James. James is a common name. You might say, hey James, I'm a real bad guy. I'm not good. Never say that. Why? Because your name has an attachment to you, has a meaning to you. And you should always raise your name up. How do you raise your name up? You say James is great. James is the only one. James is lovely. That's how you raise it up. Let me give you an illustration. Rich people, or I should say wise people, what they do, they use their names to build their name. Must always build your name. Look at Mr. Ford. What did Ford call his company? Ford. What did Benz call his company? Benz. Why? Because that was his name, Carl Benz. So utterance can be positive, but whenever you use the utterance I am, it attaches power of God to it. Never use that in a negative way, because it will make you in that negative way if you use it negatively. If you, like you heard people, they say, oh, I'm so tired. Guess what they're going to be? So tired, because they called God into question. And if you say, I am energetic, what you going to be? Energetic. So always remember the words that come out of your mouth, you're taking on God form. Creation is already done. There's no more new creation. Creation's already done. You're calling into question what already exists. And if you can get that concept, then you'll go far. So when we are seeking first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, that means to meet my desires and goals, that I can serve God better. If I can have money, if I can have a nice house, car, I can share it with other people. If I have money, I can share it. If I don't have money, how am I going to share it? How am I going to meet my desires? How am I going to help the next person? So it's all about that. Right, okay, that's a good one. So Adelia is asking, when Yehoshua said, in my father's house are many mansions, and I go and prepare a place for you, what does that mean? That means that when you die, Adelia, when you die, your soul is going to be taken to one of those mansions. And then from there, God will decide your fate. In other words, He will send you back into another life. He will resurrect you back. It's called reincarnation. Everybody knows about it in the religious world, but nobody wants to talk about it, because it's a fundamental truth of who we are, what we are. We cannot be destroyed. We are light. We are energies. We are energies of God. We cannot be destroyed. We have to be sent back, and usually we are sent back for missions that God decides. Our guardian angels, each one of us is assigned a guardian angel. And our guardian angel will guide us. When you die and you come out of your body, you'll come out of your head. Your soul will come out of your head. That's where it lives, out of your brain. And it will go up and it will be taken by the guardian angel towards this mansion that is created for you. And you will find the rest of your family there as well. So this idea that your family is suffering in torture is totally false. It's not true. So therefore, once you see your family, the first person that you might see is a person that you love. Like in this particular scientific experiment that this doctor did, Dr. Stephen, and Dr. Stephen said that he did the experiment and he asked the people, who did you see after you died? And he said, I saw my uncle. I saw my uncle and I was so happy to see him. He was there, he was smiling, and he came and greeted me. So usually when you die, the people that you meet are the people that you loved and have passed on. Those are the first people that you meet when you die. That is your soul meets. And those people direct you. They will direct you which way to go. That's according to the experiments that were conducted on this earth with a number of people. They all came back with similar answers. Right, okay, so yes, Abrahu, absolutely true. If the soul has gone to paradise, like where the mansions are, they do not stay there, they get reincarnated. That includes the prophets, by the way. Yes, they get reincarnated. Now, Abraham could have been reborn into another soul, and as the prophets were as well. So that's what happens with these things. So let's go forward and look at it further. So what about the assumption of the wish fulfilled? In other words, what is the law of assumption? The law of assumption is your wish fulfilled and its full realization. How do you do that? Well, let's say you want a car. Before you go to sleep, you visualize that car and you say to yourself, I've got the car. I have it. It's mine. I'm sitting inside the car. I'm driving it. You feel driving that car. That is wish fulfilled before it even happened. And guess what you just did? You just acted out the part of God, the I am, and you activated the law of assumption. And what you did now, you have now called that car. You have now you have called that car. Whatever that car is, it'll come to you. But it's not going to come in one night. It has to be persisted. It has to be, desire has to be there daily. You'll get your car. Let me give you a true story of myself. Years ago when I was, I wanted a car and I got my first car. It was a Nissan Sunny, little coupe, and I was so happy about it. Then later I thought, you know what? I was like thinking, I want a little Nissan Micra. And I thought, it'd be nice for me to have a Nissan Micra. And I started to think about the Nissan Micra. Well, guess what? I kind of like sleep on my cars, and I sleep on it, and I have a Nissan Micra parked outside my door. Red color Nissan Micra I bought afterwards. It came into my life. Then after that, I moved on and on and on. And one time I said, I like to have a Mercedes. Because I think I was driving a BMW or something. And one day I said, I like to have a Mercedes. I started to think on the Mercedes. Started to sleep on the Mercedes. My whole thought and everything was Mercedes, Mercedes, Mercedes. I want my Mercedes. Guess what was parked in front of Rabbi Simon's house? A Mercedes. I called it into being. You can call your desire, it's called wish fulfilled, into being. If you want to have a house, start seeing yourself in that house every night. Start sleeping in that house. Start sleeping in that house and start thinking about that house, that you're sleeping in that new house that belongs to you. You know what's going to happen? You're going to manufacture the house. It's going to come to you. That's how powerful the law of assumption is. Because you're going to use the I am. You're going to say, I am the owner of that new home. You see, you call it into the present, not into the future. You don't say, oh, I will be the owner. That's the wrong way to do it. The I am is the present. I am the owner of that new house. It belongs to me. It's mine. You call it into being. The house is already there. You're not going to go put chop the trees down and go get the tiles and get the blocks and start building it. No. Creation is finished. Creation is done. God has done all the creation necessary. We just call it into being. That's the power of law of assumption. It's a perfect law that God has given us. And what did James say? James also said that those that are not doers of the law, just hearers of the law, absolutely useless. That's paraphrasing. They wasted their life because they just heard it. If most of you just heard me say this and never acted it, you did the same thing as James said. You are just hearers of the law, not doers of the law. He said, be the doers of the law. How do you do it? Well, wish fulfilled means every night you do the necessary exercises. You get that into question. You get that reality. You produce that baby. You are the parent. You are the birthing parent. That baby that I'm trying to produce, that car I'm trying to produce, I have to be the parent. It has to be born through my life. I have to bring it into being because I'm calling it into question. Who is the parent? I am the parent. That car belongs to me. I want it. I need it. It's mine. So I call it into being through the law of assumption. So I need to present a parent. If you want a baby, baby is an analogy, you have to be the parent to the baby. You have to carry it for 9 months as a woman. So if I want a baby being the car, if I wanted my car, that's my baby in analogic form, parable form, then I need to be that parent. I need to carry that for 9 months. And the 9 months is any determined time. It could be 2 months, it could be 3 months, it could take 4 months, whatever time it takes, I have to carry that baby. When I carry the baby, it's going to give birth. There you have it. My Mercedes is parked in front of the door. I gave birth to a Mercedes because that's my baby. You may have babies to be born as well. You have babies to be born. Maybe you want a car. Maybe you want a house. Maybe you want that next job. Maybe you want to be in a particular employment. Well, guess what? Wish fulfilled. Start acting on it. Start looking at it every night and start dreaming about it and start seeing it happening, that you are working that job. If you wanted to be a nurse, if you wanted to be a doctor, it's the realm of possibility. It's no longer the realm of, it's impossible. How am I going to do it? I don't have the finance. No. Everything is possible. You have to determine it. I read the story. I read the story of a man, and the man basically said that he was working for some company, and he decided at the time that he wants to own this company. And he obviously was a worker, and he started to see whatever that company's name was. He started to see his name on that board instead of the company name. He started to visualize it. He started to call the law into effect every night. Every night before he went to bed, he saw himself having that company, having that name, his name on that company board. And you know what happened? He told his mother. He said to his mother that I want that company and I'm doing this. And his mother said, you know what, if it doesn't happen, son, you're going to be awfully disappointed. He said, no, it's going to happen. I believe it. I believe it. It's going to take place. So he kept doing it. He kept doing the law of assumption every night. And by the way, law of assumption is not the law of attraction. You might be, it's not about visualization, by the way. Visualization is law of attraction. It's two different things. So he started to see his name on that company. Yes, it goes for health as well. It goes for diseases as well, everything. So he started to see that. When he started to see that, one day a man approached him. Several years later, a man approached him and said to him, I have seen you work, your family work in this company. I have seen how you do your jobs and I'm very impressed. And I want to give you the money and I want you to buy that company and put it in your name and I want to be a business partner. That another man stepped in. His baby came in this form. Another man stepped in, he bought that company and gave it to him in his name, and that man actually literally had his name on that board, just as he saw it several years ago. That's how powerful the law of assumption is. So, law of assumption, by the way, is not visualization. Don't mistake it with visualization. It is about you going to bed at night. That's the time it operates. It doesn't operate all the time. Again, people confuse it with law of attraction and, I got to chant this all the time. No. It's nothing to do with that. Law of assumption is totally separate, much more powerful law than law of attraction. Law of attraction is his little baby in comparison. It's the baby to the law of assumption. that goes, so must understand that. So to assume reality is to get the wish fulfilled. So we have to understand the meanings of these things. Let me see if I can give you another example out of Scripture. Okay, here's another example out of Scripture. And there was a parable that Jesus gave. He said, which of you shall have a friend, and shall go unto him at midnight, and say unto him, Friend, lend me 3 loaves, for a friend of mine in his journey to come to me, and have nothing to set before him. And he from within shall answer and say, Trouble me not, the door is now shut, and my children are in bed, are with me in bed. I cannot rise and give you. I say unto you, though he will not rise and give him, because he is his friend, yet because of his importunity he will rise and give him as many as he needs. And I say unto you, ask and it shall be given you, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. This is from Luke chapter 11 verses 5 to 9. Now what is the principles behind this? So he speaks about 3 principal entities. So he gives a parable. He says there's a friend. What is the first friend? He says, which of you shall have a friend and shall go unto him at midnight? Listen to this very carefully. This is very important for you to understand. You'll go at midnight. In other words, this law operates the best at night time, not daytime. You can operate in the daytime. Its best time is night time. It says that there are 3 principal characters in this story. There's a friend. What is that first friend? It's the desired state of consciousness. What is the second friend? The second friend is a desire seeking, that's a fulfillment. What is the 3? 3 is a symbol. It's about loaves. It's about fulfillment. It's about achieving your substance. So 3 really represents the substance fulfilled. So what is the shut door symbolize? The shut door symbolizes, because it says the door was shut. The shut door symbolizes the senses which separate the seen from the unseen, spiritual from the real. The 2 separate worlds. Children in bed. What are the children in bed? These are ideas that you have and are dormant. Inability to rise means a desired state of consciousness cannot rise to you. You must rise to it. In other words, unless you're gonna have wish fulfilled every night, it's not just going to happen by chance. You might think, hey, I like to have a nice car, and that's about leave it at that point. It's not going to happen by chance. You may never get that nice car, because you didn't rise to that consciousness level of consciousness in which you see wish fulfilled. Importunity here means that you're demanding persistence. In other words, you continuously are persisting on it. It's what we call perseverance. So ask, seek, and knock means assuming the consciousness of already having it. Isn't that what Jesus said? He said that believe it and you shall have it. Believe that you already have it. See, Christian Hindu. See, we have some idiots in our room as well who don't understand our scriptures. So this is my point. My point is this, that ask, when Jesus said ask, what was he talking about? Desires. What is your desire? Believe it and receive it. And you might say, well, I don't have the money. How am I going to buy that car? I don't have the money. Well, the money will come. The money will come. You just got to have the desire fulfilled, wish fulfilled. Apply the law of assumption. The car will come. Let me give you a testimony. Let me give you a testimony from this student I have in Texas. Texas seems to be the buzzing place. Everything seems to be happening around Texas all the time. The land, the state of milk and honey. So what happened is I have a student in Texas, and she has struggled for years. She has struggled, and I knew this person from France. She came out of France and she married a person in Texas, and her husband was very skeptical about pastors, and he had some bad experiences with the church, and he left the church years ago. Never wanted to hear about God or pastors, and didn't like them. And so this woman came. She was my student from England, and she came over here and started living here a few years ago. And I kind of lost track of her for a little bit. When I came to America, I found out that she was in some part of Texas, so I got hold of her and we started to talk. And so a time came, and she told me about her disparate situation. And I felt real pity, and I felt pity, and I felt compassion on this woman. And I thought to myself, how shall I help this woman? And I thought to myself, I know what I'll do. I will teach her some good principles that will help her. And so I started to teach her some of these principles. I said, this is what you need to do, and this is how you do it. But I said, but before I taught her the principles, I first prepared her mind for it. I sent her a recording of the sea that I made. I said, here's a recording of the sea. I want you to listen to it every day, religiously. Then I sent her another recording, little subliminal recording I have. I sent her that recording. So I sent her 2 recordings. I said, listen to this religiously every day. Your life is about to change. So I started to plow her mind. In other words, started to prepare her. I started to prepare her, and then I gave her tidbits. I gave her small amounts of information, what she needs to do and how she needs to do it. And this woman really grasped on. This lady grasped on, and she went for it. She started to do it. She started to apply the principle I taught her. And she wasn't fully, she wasn't yet fully knowledgeable about it. But what she understood, she started to apply. And you know what started to happen? Things started to change. Things started to suddenly move. They were struggling in all sorts of financial areas and other areas. And she wrote to me last week. She wrote to me a long email. And she started to recite the miracles. She said, we had several miracles this week. And she said, Rabbi, we had many miracles. She said, one miracle, let me tell you, she said, we got a debit on our card for $900. And we thought that we had to, a credit, sorry. And she said, we thought we had to make some payment to the hospital. And, because her husband had recently been to the hospital, and she said that I disputed the claim, and the man turned around, and she cancelled the card, thinking it's been overcharged. And she said the man turned around and said that this is not a charge to you. This is the hospital giving you money. She said we got $900 from the hospital. Unheard of. Have you ever heard of a hospital giving you money? She said we got 900 credit from the hospital. She said that my husband was talking about, she said the second miracle. She said we gave our car for repair in Texas. And she said when we gave this car for repair, what happened was that we suddenly got this charge. I don't know if you people don't live in Texas, you might not know this. I've been through Texas and I know this happens. Texas does not have toll charge places. What Texas do, if you go on a Texas toll road, you automatically get charged and they send you a bill to your house. There's no toll places over there. And when I went over to McKinney last time, I saw it. I said, where are the toll charges? And I couldn't find any. I was like, oops, okay, if I don't pay, I'm going to be guilty of not paying. I said, it's not my fault, I can't find a machine. So what happened, I got the charge in my house address based on my car registration. So this woman got a bill in her house for a charge, for a toll charge that she hadn't made. She said, we weren't driving on that toll road. We never drive there. But she said our car had gone to the garage, and looks like somebody from the garage took their car for a ride, and it was on the toll. So she said she phoned the garage and complained that we don't drive on that toll, and we didn't have the car. The car was in your garage at the time. Question. And the garage turned around and reimbursed her for the money for the toll and gave her a complete detail of the car absolutely free. She said, that's another miracle that happened in my life. She said, let me tell you the third miracle. She said, my husband usually gets a bonus from work. And my husband's bonus is usually pretty mediocre. My husband's like telling me these people are cheap. They don't give you much. But she said, this time she said, I said to myself that my husband's going to get $1,000 to $1,500 at least bonus. She said, I didn't tell my husband that. And she said, I kept my eye on it. $1,000 to $1,500, and she said, guess what? My husband got that triple bonus that I saw. So she put the law of assumption to work, and she started to work on it, and she said she got it. She was so happy. And that's only few of the miracles that she described, and other things are happening as well. So she described this miracle. She said, this is what's happening in my life right now, Rabbi. I'm so happy that things are beginning to shift really in a big way. And since you started to guide me and help me, I'm really, seeing big changes coming in my life. So this law, by the way, is real. It can change lives. Don't take this for a gimmick, or this is Hindu idea. This is not a Hindu idea. This is a Torah law. This comes out of our scriptures. Marie, thank you for that. That is Marie. Yeah, Marie is actually in the room. Venkuni, I didn't even realize it was you. So Marie is the person who is my student, and she comes in the room as Venkuni. Venkuni, please verify that the story I gave is to the knowledge truth. I may have missed few points, but was the story accurate to what I told you? Or what I told the public over here, the Joe public, the family of Israel and the other people? Okay, we'll wait an answer from Marie. Marie is saying it is very correct. You can see it for yourself. So Marie, as you know, that I have given you the law of assumption to work, and I believe personally that you're going to achieve great results with it. I personally believe that, and I'm only waiting to hear more from you about that. So I personally believe that Marie will, and Marie, lives out in Texas someplace. And I'm not going to say where, but nevertheless, Texas is where everything seems to be happening. Oh, the garage door, yeah. The garage door, I didn't speak about that one because you spoke about the garage door suddenly started to work, and that you saw that as well. So she called that into question as well, by the way. So they had a garage door issue, and Marie said that she saw that the garage door suddenly one day just started to work. That wasn't fixed before, it wasn't working. And so things have beginning to shift in Marie's life that hadn't been shifting before. And why? Because she started to put the law, the perfect law, to effect. And those recordings I gave her, remember I told you, and people laughed at, and when I put that recording on YouTube, some people laughed and said, this rabbi is gone crazy. What is he talking about? He's going to make me rich? Guess what's happening to people who are listening to it? They're getting income coming in. They're getting money coming in from sources that they don't even expect them from. And unexpected sources, money is just coming in. That's how powerful that recording is. And I've added nothing to that recording. It's pure sound of the sea. And all I did is I lengthened it to 15. So I didn't stand there for 15 minutes. I took the recording and I made it and I gave it to you as is. However, I did put it at the right frequency for its best effect. Venkuni, Marie is saying that thank you for sharing this testimony. I was expecting you doing absolutely, Marie. I've got to encourage the people over here. The mishpacha, the family over here. They think I'm making some elaborate new scheme, Hindu scheme. I'm suddenly teaching them Hinduism. That's what they're thinking. But really, what they don't realize is this is our law. This is Torah. This is not Hinduism. And if they apply this law to themselves, they'll have great benefits. And this is why I said that a person like me only gets born once in a century. Once every 100 years, God gives birth to a Levite like me. A Levite that has a knowledge of the ancient secrets. That's the kind of Levite I am. You didn't get this from anybody else. You got this from me. What is the chances? What is the chances of that? I mean, Rabbi Zechariah probably is the oldest member that we have. When I say oldest, I don't mean he's 80 years old. He's a young man, like to where he is. But Rabbi Zechariah has been with us for more than 10 years. Probably I'd say about 13 years. He is probably the one of our longest serving members. And he will tell you that the things are starting to shift in his life as well. Yael, woman of the tent, is saying that yes, I've had 2 family members give me money and help this week. Baruch Hashem. Oh, absolutely. I'm telling you that when you start applying the principles I give you, you just start listening to the recording I gave you. Money is going to start flowing in from unexpected sources, and you're going to say, "Where did that come from? I wasn't expecting that." But don't ever say that. Don't ever say that. Where did that come from? Every time money comes in, give thanks. Give thanks. Every time it comes in, say, oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. That is great. Adelia is asking the question, Yahushua said, sell everything you own and give to the poor. Does that mean he will live in poverty after he sell everything he owns? Okay, let me go to that parable And let me actually pull it up. I believe it's the book of Matthew, the rich man and Jesus, right? And the rich man, poor guy, went away because he didn't understand what the Messiah was saying. So Matthew 19:16, let me pull it out of my scriptures over here. Give me a moment, please. Matthew 19:16. Where are we? Oops. Oh, Matthew, book of Acts. Come on, Matthew, where are you? Matthew 19. Here we go. Okay, 19:16. It goes, and behold, one came and said to him, Rabbi, what good mitzvot deed shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said to him, why ask me concerning the good? There is indeed one good. If you want to enter into life, guard and do the commandments. He said to him, which ones? Yehoshua said, you shall do no murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness, respect your Abba and your your mother, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. The young man said to him, all these things have I guarded from my youth up till now. What do I lack still? Yehoshua said to him, if you will be complete or perfect in some Bibles, go and sell what you have and give it to the poor, and you shall have treasures in the Shemaim, and come and follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. By the way, it doesn't mean what you read. It doesn't mean that. He completely misunderstood the Master Yeshua, and he didn't understand him. What it actually means, what the Master Yeshua was saying to him, is give everything you have. In other words, you have a surplus of everything. You have a mind. You have the law of assumption in your power, because look at you, you're already successful. You got the desires of your heart. You have achieved the mark. You are righteous. Remember, we're talking about righteousness being attaining the desire, attaining the mark. So it says you have the mark. Start distributing it to everybody. Start giving it to others as well, so that you can get more. Remember when we talked about lack? If you have lack, you'll be more lack. If you have more will be given to you. So what Yehoshua was saying to him, start distributing your knowledge, your wealth, and more will come to you. But he didn't understand him. He thought, well, he's telling me to give everything away and become poor. That wasn't the idea. It wasn't about poverty. He was telling him to share it with the people, what he has. He says, why ask me concerning the good? And he goes on to say, you shall love your neighbor as that quote there, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. By the way, that's the law of assumption. You'd only want to do good to other people. If you want good to yourself, that is the law of assumption. You only want good for others as well. And the young man said, I'm already doing that. And then the master said to him, no, you're not doing it. Because he said, look at your abundance. You have abundance, but you're not sharing it. He says, go give it to the poor. What was he talking about? He wasn't talking about giving goods. He was talking about giving his information. He says, look, he says, and Yehoshua said to him, if you will be complete or perfect, go and sell what you have and give it to the poor, and you shall have treasure in the Shemaim, and come and follow me. In other words, where is the Shemaim? Where is the kingdom of heaven? The kingdom of heaven is within you. So what is he giving away? He is teaching him to teach others to become rich. He's not asking him to sell everything. So it was a total misunderstanding. It's total misunderstanding. This rich young man totally misunderstood what the Messiah was asking. He thought, oh, he's asking me to sell my home and everything. Well, if he sold his home, he will become a pauper. He will be poor. How is he going to now serve God? How is he going to do the good that he's meant to do? He can't. So he understood correctly that if he sells everything, literally, that he will have nothing. If he has nothing, guess what? He's missed the mark. So Jesus was teaching a higher principle of not missing the mark. He said, you have everything. You have righteousness. Share it. Teach everybody else. Give them as well. Oh, absolutely. Andrew Carnegie understood the principle well. And but Andrew Carnegie actually dealt with the law of attraction, not with the law of assumption. He didn't understand. I don't recall anywhere reading about Andrew Carnegie where he speaks about the law of assumption. Because remember, law of assumption and law of attraction are two separate laws, distinct, uniquely distinct. Sometimes, you might overlap them, but they don't overlap. They're totally distinct, separate laws. So therefore, do not mistake this for law of attraction. This is not think and grow rich, by the way. It's nothing to do with think and grow rich. This is wish fulfilled, and you have it. But you got to operate this law at night. That's what I keep repeating to you. It must be done before you go to bed. Whereas the law of attraction, people practice during the day. And law of attraction takes months and months and months and years to come to effect. This one will take weeks, not years. It's a much more powerful law. So you got to understand it. You got to understand, when God took us through the sea, you see, some questions arise. Well, what did God do when He took us through the sea? He actually gave us abundance. He blessed us with abundance through the waters. He put a blessing on us. Remember what God said? You have a blessing on you. Well, that blessing came into manifold when we went through the sea, because the sea represents abundance of wealth. Waters represent abundance of wealth. And that's why I told you last time, when you drink your water, always say a short prayer. What is a short prayer? I receive the abundance, I love you, I thank you, then you drink the water. That's how you drink your water. It's about abundance. It's not about poverty. The law of assumption, children have it. Children know about it and they use it. But they lose it as they grow up. Yeah, children have it. They know about it. So, but the thing is, with the law of assumption, children, see what children do. Remember what children do when they go to bed? They're always, they're thinking about something they want, like that toy. They want that toy and they're sleeping on it. Mom, Dad, I want that toy, and they're sleeping on that toy. And guess what happens? That toy comes to them. That's the law of assumption. Kids know. Kids intuitively use it greatly. Knocking, Rabbi Yosef saying that HaKohen, so knocking is at the inner door of the soul. When Master Yehoshua said, seek, knock, ask, and you will receive, and calling into being that which is already in existence. Absolutely. Absolutely. He was talking about the law of assumption. He said, call it into being. He said, wish fulfilled. Wish fulfilled is you call it into being. It's already there. I mean, look, if you want a house, you don't have to build that house. It's already there somewhere. Wherever in your city or in the country you want to be, it's there. How are you going to have it? Every night, listen to this. This is a true testimony. I was shown by God many years ago. I was shown by God that I'm going to go to America one day and live there. That's all God showed me one day. And every night I went to bed sleeping on it. I'm going to have a house in America. Every night I slept on it. I'm going to have a house in America. And guess where I am today? With a house in America. In my name. This is real. This is not make-believe, kindergarten stuff. This is real stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Jacob. He said that unless you become like children, you will not get it. You will not enter into the kingdom of Shemaim. What is the kingdom of Shemaim? Well, there is no physical place. There is no physical place called kingdom of heaven. Kingdom of heaven is within you. It is you. You have to get into that as children. If children get it. We need to get it. The adults. The kingdom of heaven is within me. And I guarantee you, Adelia, try this. Try this as a practice. All of you try it. Set yourself some object, some goal. Sleep on it every night. And then you can come and tell me the result. It will come to pass. It can apply to everything, Rabbi Yosef. It can apply to debt cancellation. It can apply to exam results. I told Rabbi Kefa, tell your daughter to write down her results. This is what I told her, and Rabbi Kefa can verify it. I told him to write down your results and sleep on it. Those are the results you're going to get. See those results, you're going to get those results. She got those results, by the way. She wrote down her results and she got A's. And she is a Chinese. She doesn't even have full English yet. She don't even speak full English. I spoke to her and her English is still broken. Yet this girl from China who arrived yesterday is getting A grades in an American school. How is that going to happen? Tell me. Only been here 4 months. And yet this girl is getting A grades. Why? Because she put the law of assumption to effect. That's how powerful this is. So straight A grades. And if I'm making these stories up, then you have people verifying around me. Oh, he's not the Kohen, he's lying. Oh, he's blah, 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 all these stupid people around me. All these people around me. You have missed the mark. You have missed your desires. You are getting this from me because you have been faithful and you have been sincere to God. God is giving this to you as a gift to use it. Better your lives. Get your desires. Don't miss your mark. Don't die in sin. A poor man dying without his desires met will die in sin. You know what I told that poor lady? I said, you are going to get everything in life. Everything that you desire. You're going to get a house, you're going to get a car, you're going to get everything that you desire. I said, let me come next year. When I come next year, I will sit down and give you the plan. How are you going to have those attainments? How are you going to get those things? She was so looking forward to it. She's like, tell me how I'm going to do it. I said, let me come over there. When I sit in your house, you're going to see it coming to pass. I said, I am the Kohen in the gate. I said, when I stepped into your house, it wasn't just Simon Altaf stepping into your house. I said, God stepped into your house. I said, abundance stepped into your house. I said, blessing stepped into your house. That's what stepped into your house. I said, you're going to get many riches and abundance. And you're going to forget your past. You're going to forget the pain you had, the trouble you had, the shoes you couldn't buy, the clothes you couldn't wear. I said, all of those things are things of the past. I said, there's a much new coming into your life. And I said about your sons, she's going to marry her son. And she was worried about her son's marriage. I said, don't worry about your son's marriage. Finance will be provided. He's going to get married perfectly fine. And I'll be there. So she's looking forward to that. This law is very powerful. And you can operate it on your friend's behalf. How do you operate it on your friend's behalf? Because what you can do, let's say that you have somebody who is ill and you want them to be healed. You can have the wish fulfilled. You can see that person completely whole every night in your sleep, and that person will be healed. Somebody like me can call that law immediately into effect. But other people who are not of my stature, meaning they're not a Levite, they'll have to practice this to call it into effect. I can call it straight into effect. This is how I can give healing to people. Somebody comes to me and says, Rabbi, I need healing. I'll give them healing straight away. But everybody can't do that. It's not, everybody doesn't have that power. Why? Because remember what I told you earlier, my inheritance is the Lord Himself. It's Yahweh Himself. What is Yahweh? Yahweh is the utmost power of the universe. He is the creator of everything. So He puts that power in my hand to utilize. That's how the prophets utilized the power in the past. They called it straight away, right there and then. And people call it miracle. I call it the power of God manifest. So, we term it miracles, but these miracles are the power of God manifest in your life straight away. And I was speaking to somebody the other day and trying to help them, but their situation was such that I told them that don't worry about it, it could still be done. Now, let me give you an example, and I think there was somebody, I don't know if they're in the room today or not, but there was somebody whose mother was very ill. And I told them what they needed to do, but they couldn't do it because, too many people around them, relatives and all that. If you are into that situation, if you have a situation where you have your mother, and your mother is ill, or your father is ill, or brother is ill, or husband is ill, or wife is ill, and you want them healed, and you can't speak to them because they don't want to hear it, or maybe they don't believe it, you can call it in for them. Every night you go to bed, you can see them fully healed, and they will be healed. You call that you call that wish fulfilled, it will happen. So remember, that's how powerful this is. So you could call it for somebody else who's not able to understand that. You might say, well, my mom is 95 years old. How is she going to do this? She doesn't need to. You will do it for her. You can call it in. So it's all about calling it in. So this lecture should be how to call it in. So we must understand that wish fulfilled is not some kind of mumbo jumbo or dreaming. Now the prophet Elisha understood this law. He applied it with the Shunammite. Because what did the Shunammite say to the prophet Elisha afterwards? I will not leave you. And she arose and she followed him. Why did she follow him? Because she knew who prophet Elisha was as a person. So not only a man of God, who was very powerful. He utilized the law there and then. He called it into reality straight away. Because he's a Levite. He's a Kohen. So we are going to understand that. And then we also see the parable where, what did Jesus say? He said men ought to always pray and not to faint. And then he gave the parable of the city where there was a judge who didn't fear God, neither regarded man. He said a widow went to him every day, and she said that avenge me, and he wouldn't. Then finally got so fed up, he said that if I don't do something, this widow won't stop bothering me. Then one day he called his guard and he said avenge her for me, and they went and avenged that widow. This is in Luke chapter 18, 1-5. What was that story about? There's the law of assumption in a parable form. If you persist, wish fulfilled, it will come to pass. Jesus is the answer to everything, absolutely, but it depends how you use him. He's not just a kind of figment of imagination. Jesus left us with an immense power. It depends on us how we use it. So therefore, rather than follow the mumbo jumbo of churches, you got to follow the law, the perfect law that James spoke about, the perfect law that Moses gave, the perfect law that Jacob applied, the perfect law that you saw Elisha the prophet utilize. That's the perfect law. You got to apply that in your lives every day, every night before you go to bed. When you sleep, before you slept, before you went to bed, it was a chore. I don't want to sleep right now. I want to stay awake and do something else. Now when you go to bed, you'll be excited. Now you'll be real excited. Because guess what? Now you're applying the perfect law. Because you're going to attain your desires. That's righteousness. You're going to be the righteous man that you want to be. Yeah, that's a very good question, Abrahu. Why couldn't the disciples heal? Because the disciples, remember what I told you earlier, they were all nodding their head like Laura and Hardy. They're nodding their head. Yeah, we got it. They didn't get it. That's why they couldn't heal. So when Peter did get it, when Peter healed that man, remember that crippled man, when he said, give me a few coins. And he said, coins I don't have, but I'm going to give you something else. He healed him straight away. So sometimes people just nod their head and say, yeah, I got it. They don't get it. That's the problem. Rabbi Yosef is saying, I go to bed earlier now, things to do. Absolutely Jesus is God, and God is within you as well. So it depends on you what you do with it. Adelia is saying that I remember a lottery winner who won $112 million because she always desired to win that amount of money, and she wrote the amount that she needs and put it under the pillow every night. Yeah, she applied the law of assumption. She slept on it, and you too can sleep on it. Now there is a little secret there. You too can sleep with a ticket, and you too can be the multi-millionaire. By the way, for your information, the other night I had 4 numbers. I missed the lottery by 2 numbers. I got the Powerball as well, so I got $202 out of that win. Baruch Hashem Yahweh. As a little experiment I was doing. So you too can be the multi-millionaire. All depends on you. So start holding that ticket at night, start sleeping on it, and start seeing that wish fulfilled, and it will come to pass. You will tell me about it. So what you need to see is that what will you do with that money? All the good that you can do. You can help poor people, you can help needy people, you can help homeless people. All these things must be in the back of your head. When you have all those things in the back of your head to share, then it'll be great. It'll be a great miracle for you to have that. God wants you to have abundance. God doesn't want anybody to be poor, suffering, struggling, lack, That's not God. Our God is not a God of lack. Our God is a God of abundance. Our God is a God of greatness. What did God say? There's none like me. What did God say? Prove me. What does all that mean? It means that God is incredible God. He's left us with incredible powers. Are we going to use them? Are we going to bury them somewhere and forget about them? So we don't need to bury those powers. So what is the basic truth that underlines the story of Elisha the prophet, underlines the story of the Elijah the prophet, underlines the story of Jacob? What is the actual fundamental truth? It is a law of assumption, desire fulfilled. That's what the fundamental truth is. It is what we call answered prayer. Must persist in that state. That's what we call answered prayer. Years ago, when I was struggling and I wanted to have a house, I had no house. I was struggling. I was struggling at that point. I was living with my cousin, and one day I said to myself, I'm going to have my own house. I want to have at least, I said I need to have at least starting 2-bedroom house. And I slept on it. Every night I slept on it. I'm going to see myself in my house. I see myself in my house. And guess what? About 2 years later, I had my own house, 2 bedrooms. So start sleeping on it. Because there's many things that you can achieve, but the problem is that you don't apply. So we must understand righteousness and sin. Let me explain to you righteousness and sin. These words are used interchangeably in most passages. If you read the passages of Scripture will usually use the word righteousness and sin simultaneously. So what does it mean? In the light, we're not talking about laws of observance like ritual purity. I'm not talking about ritual purity laws to do with righteousness and sin. I'm talking about pure psychological laws that have meanings to sin and righteousness. Sin means to miss the mark, not to attain your desire, not to be the person that you want to be. That is sinning, by the way. If you're not that person, you are sinning. Now, if I told you that, you'd be like, hang on a minute, Rabbi, but I do the Sabbath, but I do the holy festivals. You are still sinning if you missed the mark, if you didn't attain your desire. That is sin. Sin is not that you missed the Sabbath. That's observance. That's the laws of ritual observances. We're not talking about those laws. We're talking about the law of assumption, the perfect law of Torah, which, by the way, James understood. He was also a priest. He was a Levite. So what we see here is missing the mark. So what is righteousness? In light of that, righteousness is the consciousness of already having what you want to have, being fulfilled. That's what righteousness is. It's only by righteousness that you can be saved from sinning. Now let me repeat that again. Only by righteousness you can be saved from sinning. What is sinning? Miss the mark. You didn't attain your desires. You struggle to get that house all your life. You missed the mark. Your family's telling you all sorts of things, nasty things. You didn't get the house. You struggle. Maybe your wife's very upset with you. Maybe your children are very upset with you. You missed the mark. That's sinning. So we need to understand what really sin and righteousness is. Righteousness is attaining the mark. Righteousness is no longer sinning. Psychological terms. And let me give you an example of a poor person again. A poor person, and I've heard these examples so many times from India. Poor people are taught, hey, you got to climb up that mountain on your knees. You got to go on your knees and climb that mountain for nirvana. And if you climb up that mountain, then you can have then God will be, the gods will be favorable to you. Gods meaning, the Indian side of things. How the Indians believe the different gods. So they would make these poor people climb these mountains on their knees. By the way, I heard this. This is true about Pakistan. Somebody told me over there, they said, there's a festival that occurs in the city of Lahore on the outskirts. Christians go there every year. It's called the Festival of Maryam. Maryam being Mary. And they said that what they do, some Christians, The Christians are taught by the Catholics that you have to climb the hill. They put a statue of Mary on top of this hill, and they make the Christians crawl on their knees to the statue. And they tell them that if you crawl on your knees to the statue, your hopes will be, your prayers will come to pass. Do you know that people literally do that? I was shocked to hear that. I was like, really? They're like smiling as well, like laughing as well. I was like, how stupid is that? You know that they're making them go on their knees to attain something that I know is not going to work still. That they're living in sin. They are sinning because they missed the mark. So if you want to miss the mark, then be careful about that, because you can easily miss the mark. So now let's look at the word. So so it's obvious that a poor man who lives in poverty is missed the mark, his state of poverty. If a poor man believes that by some ritual prayer or some ritual posture he's suddenly going to become rich, he's absolutely mistaken. It's not going to happen, because his experience is going to be he's still going to be poor. He's going to keep posturing in that posture, like these Christians in Pakistan who, going on their knees to come before the statue of Mary. They're going to miss the mark, and that's the problem for them. So beware. Beware. I think I'm going to have to restrict this person. Just too many texts, and they have no understanding of Scripture. This is not a spiritual. We're not talking about the spiritual. We're talking about the physical over here. I'm giving you something practical, physical, with which you will attain the mark and you attain your desires. You will be righteous in God's eyes and in man's eyes. When you do the right thing, you attain your mark, you attain your desires, you do the right thing. You continue to do the Torah. You love the Sabbath. You will do the Sabbath. You will do all the permissible laws. You will get the right meat to eat. Why? Because now you have attained righteousness. You haven't missed the mark. Now you live your outward life according to that. But if you don't, guess what? If I tell you, crawl on your knees and crawl on your knees and do this every day in your room, crawl on your knees to your TV station and then pray, guess what? You're going to miss the mark. That's what's happening to a lot of poor people out there. They are missing the mark because they are being taught that if you do this, then by some ritual, religious experience, you're going to attain what you want. The reality is that he's not going to get it. He's going to live in poverty for the rest of his life. But if that person used the law of assumption, the perfect law, and desire fulfilled, and he applied it, guess what happens? He suddenly became righteous. He attained the desires. He no longer misses the mark. Absolutely, it is permissible to eat beef, because God only said don't eat blood. God didn't say to use a particular knife, a particular ritual, a particular prayer. By the way, that all comes out of so-called Judaism and ritual postures. It is not scriptural. So beef is beef. You can eat beef as long as it doesn't have blood. That's the reality. Kosher or not, it's permissible. It's all permissible. Absolutely, lost sheep following the wrong shepherd. Absolutely true. So accept your righteousness, accept your desires shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes, because of the scribes and Pharisees, they were not interested in living right. They were only interested in outward signs of society. He said, you shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven. What is the kingdom of heaven therefore? It is a law of assumption activated and fulfilled in your life. Matthew 5:20. Proverbs 29:18. When there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keeps the law, happy is he. What law? The law of assumption, which is a perfect Torah. It makes you happy. It makes you successful. You won't miss the mark. So I will suggest to you that think about your lives, think about your goals, think about what you desire, think about what you want. you are right at the juncture of history. You can have anything you desire, materialistic, anything. Call it. You want a jumbo plane? Call it. You can have it. It doesn't matter if you don't have a cent to your name. You have the power of God in you. Jesus doesn't live outside. He lives within you as well. He's God. So you think about what I said. So when you serve the real Jesus, not this religious Jesus that the church has made up, the real Jesus, Yeshua of Nazareth lives within you, not just outside. And of course He will return as well. He's not going to return. He will return too for a complete restoration. But don't miss the mark. Otherwise you will regret your life. When you're older, you'll be like, I didn't achieve the desires I wanted to because I followed some church theology, some church pastor who taught me wrong. So you'll miss the mark. You will be living in sin. That is living in sin. But if you attain your desires, you'll be living in righteousness. Righteousness is attaining your desires and dispersing them, distributing them properly around the people that it needs to be, because wealth needs to be distributed. It not be hoarded, it needs to be distributed. That's the secret of wealth. This is why when you give tithes, you give tithes to receive back manyfold. And many people don't get it. And many people live in lack. You know why they live in lack? They don't give tithe. They say, oh, I don't have tithe. They don't give it. Guess what happens to them? They miss the mark. They are now operating in the law of lack. Don't operate in the law of lack. It's really bad to do that for yourselves. Your families will suffer. You will suffer. Why? Because you missed the mark. You didn't apply God's perfect law. Give, and more shall be given to you. If you don't give, what you have, that will be taken away. If you think you're going to save on tithes, if you think you're going to save that 10%, and you're going to put it in your bank, or you're going to pay a bill, I guarantee you that you will lack. You will. Next month comes, you will even struggle more. So I will encourage you to give your tithes joyfully. It's very scriptural to do that. It will benefit you. It'll bring in abundance. That's a key secret. When you give, it's a key secret. It will bring abundance. So I encourage you to think about that. So with that, Rabbi Kefa, Todah, Shabbat Shalom, 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 over to you.
Yes, Todah HaKohim. This lecture, if I can be heard, can I get a one? I just want to make sure I'm coming in for the YouTubers that will listen to this message. This message is so, this one here needs to be, you need to record this, take it, put it on a little recorder, put it in your safe box and lock it up, and use this to as a legacy teaching tool, passed on from generation to generation to generation. Because I can guarantee you that majority of you didn't get it on the first go. This is why it's so important, and we do the recordings that you can go back and listen to them. You see, because what you're getting here is life. And it all brings me back to the burning bush as we're dealing with this Parsha, as we're in the book of Exodus, is that you got to look at the burning bush. Who was there at the burning bush? Can anybody tell me? Who was there and saw the burning bush? Who was there? Okay, Moses, Todah, that's Abrahu, and for the rest of you. I think it's important. There was a question earlier that I'd like to respond to as well. Somebody asked about, the patriarchal way of our forefathers. Can you have more than one wife? You absolutely can, but I would encourage you today is to love and honor and cherish and be good to the one wife here today. 2018 going forward, more than one wife is not going to be the model for 99.98% of you in 2018 going into 2019. I just want to let you know that right now. It's just you today's time. What I want you to do is concentrate on that one wife. Focus on that one wife. That wife that is loyal to you, that loves you, and does all the things that your dreams and your desires that you dream in a wife. I think that's so very important. Focus on that one wife, please, man. Do yourself a disservice by, running around here saying that you can have many wives because you're a Hebrew, because your forefathers did it, when you can't even maintain one wife in one household, much less 2, 3, or 4. And there's a lot of things that entails with that. That's a lecture for a different day. But there's a lot of things that entails with that a lot of people don't understand. And you do a lot of injustice, and you do a lot of misservice to that one wife. And the nuances that goes on with that is just like, it's a whole different world. So I would encourage you all to focus just on that one wife. And for you women to get that righteous husband that's just going to treat you right at the end of the day. It's going to treat you right and do what's right by you. So I think it's very, very important that we do understand that. Relationship level when it comes to husband and wife and matrimony, as they call it in modern times, is so misunderstood and mispracticed. Let's say it like that. Even when we talk about monogamy model, that's being mispracticed. Why? Look at the percentage of divorces today, world over. So that even is being misapplied and mispracticed, because at the end of the day, the teachings on how to maintain and keep a relationship friend, there you met that man, woman, being taught proper. You caught up and you get into all other things and mishmash that and understandings that leaves you and puts you in astray. Hakohen said, if you can maintain 2 wives with proper finances, then find else, do not take 2 wives. Indeed, Hakohen. Finance is a big area. Besides the other things that come into effect because of the upbringing of women today. And then that's a teaching for another day. But I tell you, you got to look at the mindset of the woman as well, and how you don't. You have one wife, and you want to keep her in a state of happiness. According to also love and affection is big in this area. Can you love 2 women? Hakohen. That's just the point that I'm getting into. It's not just a financial thing. Then you go into other areas of love and loyalty, and of how you don't want to love one less than you love the other, and how the women, the wives, even perceive it. I mean, my goodness, if you don't have the proper mindset of a woman, and if you really don't have that woman in such a state of bliss and happiness and joy and peace, introduction of another wife can ruin all that within seconds. I'm telling you, Yajeh, Shabbat Shalom to you, within seconds, because a woman, let's just face it, is a weaker vessel, and so they're more susceptible to the arrows that come at them, and they start, believe me, women are thinkers. Believe it or not, women are true thinkers. They think a lot, and sometimes they overthink themselves, and then they'll formulate or they'll bring forth scenarios that are not positive. Let's just say that, and they'll create an environment that it's just, and I'm not picking on women, but I'm talking to you from the experiences that I've had in my life. You know what I mean? And I was talking to Hakohen last night about this as well. Netflix has a new rendition of Shimshon, or of Samson. How many of you seen it on Netflix? Well, I watched it, and I was watching it, and my mind began to wonder and just go back and really begin to go through our history and see that majority of man's problems is related to a woman and how the relationship of that woman went or did not go. Do you know what I mean? Think about this now, and I'm not picking on women. You see, if we sit here and say that the woman is a weaker vessel, then who are we as men when women are weak in us? I mean, what does that mean for us as men? What pedestal or what place does that put us in? When the majority of time, the hiccups or the mishaps or reason why that the mark is missed is because of a woman. When let's face it, men, how many of you can put up a one and say that right now? That a lot of my marks have been missed, or my marks have been detoured because of a woman. Because of a relationship in some kind of way, shape, form, or fashion with a woman.
So history holds true. We see it with Shimshon. We can go back to our Torah as well. So, this is why it's so important, and I would truly instruct you, is to, create, develop or bring forth that heaven on earth with that one wife. Because when you start to dealing with two, my goodness, there's a whole lot of other things that go into it besides finance and besides romance. And so what we want to do is always leave ourselves or present ourselves or put ourselves in a place, at least in our thinking, that we're just and fair. We want to bring forth justice. And we want to bring it fairly. An introduction of a second wife, I'm telling you, and the women in this room probably would agree with me, that they find it very difficult to accept the fact of a second woman. Am I right, women? Please, come on, let's just be real. Let's just be real. The introduction of another wife, you can sit there and give me the bobblehead. Oh yeah, Rabbi, I can do it. It's no problem. I'm a Torah servant of the Lord. You can give me that, that rope bobblehead mentality. Oh yeah, I got it. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult. Hakohi said most women don't want it out of choice. Oh, indeed, Hakohi. They prefer to be the only queen in the castle. And for us men, we must take these things into consideration. It's because I have seen some things in my own personal experiences, and even in life in itself, that women, my goodness, a woman, she's very fragile, and she must be handled, like these Fabergé eggs. And so it's very, very important, that we understand that. Yes, the patriarchal way is a part of our history. It's a part of our history. It's our way of life. But listen, we're going into 2019, and we're outside of the land, and we're in these nations where predominantly monogamy rules. If you're in the West, and in the East, it's plural marriage all the way. So you got to look at the mindset of these women that you take on board. It's very important that you do that. You see, because at the end of the day, you don't want to jeopardize the relationship that you do have, that you've been nurturing for so long. You don't want to throw a monkey wrench, if I can say that, Rabbi Zechariah. You don't want to throw a monkey wrench into your heaven, into your bliss, because it can happen. And sometimes it can just start off as being real subtle. Now, when you look at Shimshon's situation, I learned several lessons in watching that movie, Samson, on Netflix. I would encourage you to watch it today. You can learn some great lessons, and it can recall and bring back, and you can really begin to really understand at a deeper level some things that you should not do. Some things you just cannot tell a woman. How many of you can agree with me? Some things you just cannot tell a woman. Shimshon should have never told that woman, oh, yeah, you want to know a secret? You see, because a woman ought to play on you. They'll sit there and tell you, oh, baby, if you really love me, you're going to tell me everything. You're going to tell me your innermost secrets. I need to know these things because we're one. And baby, you love me. But you really don't love me because you're holding this back. Some things just like, oh, your significant other, she just don't need to know. You don't need to know it. None of her business. Mind your business. But what did Shimshon do? He gave the innermost secrets to his strength. Oh, yeah, baby, I love you, so I'm going to tell you. You cut my hair, that's my strength. That's it, the end. You see? And what does a woman end up doing? My goodness, cuts his hair. There goes his strength. You see, because what will happen is that, yeah, everything is hunky-dory until you have the argument. Then when the argument starts, my goodness, she starts to pull out her weapons that she has against you. And she'll use those against you. And she'll use those to begin to push your festivity button. To begin to take that heavenly bliss that you have, begin to pull that away from you. And before you know it, you go from Simba to the Lion King. And you're just ready to devour. You get in attack mode. And it's like that festivity button. You reach that level of festivity and you are pissed off, man. And then everything goes. The gloves are off in the boxing ring. No rules. So you must understand that going forward, men. Men, please. Concentrate on the one wife, please. Please. And you'll be surprised, maybe later on, even your wife will come to you because situations happen. You cannot put relationships in a box because all relationships are unique. I've learned that from my teacher, the son of Aaron, Rabbi Simon Altef, is that you must, if you're going to be a good judge, you must assess every situation as the situation. You must assess every situation differently because there's different things that come to the table and that should be brought to the table before you even make any kind of judgment. Because there's all kind of reasons why an introduction of another wife must be put in place. And when that happens, believe me, majority of the time, the wife will be telling you, hey man, you need another wife. You need another wife. Your wife will come into you and tell you this. Then that's when you know, oh well, maybe I do need another wife. But if your wife is not running to you telling you need another wife, because most women see themselves as superwoman. They'll come to you, hey baby, I'm superwoman, I can do it all. You don't need another one. But in some instances, maybe the woman can't do it all. And when she comes to that realization that she can't do it all, my goodness, there you go. She'll come to you and tell you, look, I can't do it. I'm going to just be blunt with you. I can't do it anymore. And it may be a situation of rearing children. Maybe you want a son, and the wife that you're with now can't give you a son. That's just one example. It may be a situation that maybe you have a wife that, she can't take care of the house due to some injury. So, maybe another wife does need to be introduced. You see what I mean? These are the kind of scenarios, these life situations that occur. I mean, we live in a real world. Kohen, the son of Aaron, is giving you life instructions because yet we live in these free societies to where we think we're free. Kohen says, we are by nature polygamous, but that is the men. So unless we cage the laws of by Torah, we will wreck many lives. HaKohen, well said. Well said. Well said. Introduction of multiple wives. Now, understand this. Do you understand here in North America? I can tell you, the patriarchal way is being applied. I can tell you about Texas. They're following the patriarchal way. It's just done incorrectly. All these run around here 4 or 5 baby mamas. What do you call that? Yet they don't take care of any of them. They let Uncle Sam do that. Give them free housing. Give them some monthly stipends on the 1st and the 15th. Do you understand? Do you see that? You see, as much as societies have went against the pure law of matrimony, marriage, of relationship, man to a woman, at the end of the day, as much as they try to break the law, they can't. I mean, as much as they try to change the law, they can't. It's just done in a different way. It's done in a way that is unrighteous and just not right and not fair and definitely not just, you see. So I would encourage all of you men in this room, don't even begin to put the idea in a woman. Remember we talked about some things that a woman should just not know or be told? That's one of them. If you're entertaining the idea of another wife, you just do that to yourself. Sleep on it. Don't, sit there and oh, yeah, honey, we're going to get, oh my goodness, because then guess what your wife is going to do that's sleeping in the bed next to you? She's going to begin to sleep on it. And she's going to begin to get these thoughts that, oh, my husband sees me less than, loves me less. Straight out of our books. Do you understand where we're going here? And then, of course, her emotions going to kick in. And for the most part, they're going to be emotions that are not positive. And then you're going to see the physical presentation or manifestation of those emotions. Instead of a hot dinner, now you're getting cold meals. Instead of that favorite chicken, the way you like cooking it, it's raw. You see? Learn from Shemoth. Watch the movie. Learn from Samson. Learn from Samson. Don't tell a woman your business, especially the secrets to your strength. Don't do that. Keep your wife happy, and you're going to have a happy life. If your wife is happy, that's real. I'm telling you. That's real. Because you don't want to go down the rabbit hole. Oh, yeah, honey, I'm reading here in the Torah that, Abraham had this many wives, and, Musa had this many wives, so I'm going to do the same. I'm following after my patriarchs. Stop all of that. Quit being religious and get into reality. Don't even entertain the thought if your finances are not right. That's just step one. Along with that, you got to be cognitively on board as well. Your thought process, your wisdom level has to be that wisdom up to a man that can take on more than one wife. You got to have a lot of wisdom to be able to do it. But I can tell you, a majority of the time, your wife will come and tell you, look, hey, you need another wife. You need another wife. Like I said, the only problem is that these Abraham and Moses lookalikes do not have the deep pockets as Abraham or the spirituality of a Moses. Indeed, I go in. But they sit here and tell you up and down the block, well, this is my hero, this is who I am. I'm the king, and I can have all these queens. But are you a wise king? Wisdom. Where is your wisdom intake? You see, because I tell you what I got, and I'm one that did practice the more than one wife model. I'll tell you what I got. You just trying to be a pimp with a limp. You just want to go around here and sleep with all these different women. That's what I got. The understanding that came from a woman. Or you just want to go to bed with all these different women. Are you kidding me? The woman is in a different country. Had to cross many ponds to get to her. But you just taking on a wife. You see, that's their understanding. You see, they begin to imagine and create these things. And then they're in their imaginations, no, they're not creating them. They're bringing forth the ideas that they manifest. And it's just manifested it out and, you just be a pimp with a limp. You just want to go around and sleep with all these women. Oh, really? Well, I haven't seen the wife in years, just taking care of her. But yeah, you'll see, they'll come to you and they'll tell you, oh yeah, honey, you might want to start entertaining another wife. For whatever reason. For whatever reason. Because there's many. In each case, you must assess it, and you must judge it on a case-by-case basis. Men listening via YouTube, I know you've been fed all kind of mumbo-jumbo on YouTube about taking all these other wives, this, that, and the other. Before you make any of these drastic moves, you might want to get with a Kohen. You might want to get with the sons of Aaron and take counsel. Seek some advice and get assistance. Because I'm telling you, in today's time, you don't want to mess up a happy home. And you don't want to be unrighteous to a wife. You just don't want to do that. You don't want to miss the mark by you trying to get some marks on a piece of paper. Oh, I have this wife, this one over here, that. Stop it. Take care of the one. One wife. And you'll have a fulfilled and happy life. Because, let's face it, end of 2018, going forward 2019, that's just reality on the ground. Like I said, 99.98% of you, a second wife should be off your radar screen. Let's just be real. Cherish, love, care for, comfort the one wife that you do have and treat her like the true queen that she really is. That should be your motivation. That should be your motivation. And I do appreciate the fact that, over the last few months, I haven't been seeing all of these, questions about second wives pop up, which is a good thing. That's good because you're focused on just the one. Some men in this room don't even have the one, and they have questions about the many wives. They don't even have the one wife yet. You have no grounds to even have questions about the many. The many wives. I mean, you just tell you don't even have one. Let's be real. And some of you have the one, but you know, if we would query the wife, she'd tell you, look, this man over here have a man. He don't even treat me right. He don't even do things for me. He don't even show me that he loves me. Yet I'm busting my butt for this man and doing, but I'm not reciprocal. I'm not getting it in return. So it's a poor investment. I'm investing all of my time, my money, my energy, my blood, sweat, and tears into this man, and I get a check that I can't cash on the other end. I'm not getting nothing in return. It's not reciprocated. You see? Focus on the one wife, please. Please, Mr. Hall. Please, YouTubers. Our laws have been misconstrued. They've been misunderstood for so many years. And on YouTube, there's just so much of that going around. Women are being lambasted. They're not being treated properly. And yet these men are sitting here saying, oh, I need another one. I need another one. I need another one. Get many of them. You're practicing the wrong model. You know better than the Gentiles out here. They're doing a little baby daddy model that's out here in Texas. Oh, how many baby daddies you have? Oh, it's almost like a marker for them. You know, these women, I tell you, when I was dating here in San Antonio, oh my goodness, I had a book of standards I go in. I had this book, okay, the woman cannot have any children, the woman has to be such and such an age, the woman at least has to be, have a positive outlook on life and aspiring and desiring to go somewhere and to be somebody and to do something great. My goodness. Almost had to burn that black book when I came to San Antonio. Start dating these women around here. Oh my goodness. Started out, they had a lot of young spring chickens around here, but all the spring chickens from the age of 14 on up begin to have 2, 3, and even 4 children. And most of them 2, 3, 4 baby daddies with these 2, 3, 4 children. And I'm like, my goodness, what is this? So I had to make some adjustments because at the rate I was going with my black book and my standards in my black book, I was never going to get married because none of the standards were going to be met. None of them. The marriage was that was a truly in the next life if I'd have kept them standards. So I had to make some adjustments. So you run into these situations where proper management of a wife is one of your greatest responsibilities as a man. Proper management of a wife, of that woman, that special woman in your life. And this is where a lot of us miss the mark. We miss the mark on relationship. And then we get fearful about the next one. How come we ain't talked about this? And this is a big issue. As you want to bring forth things, you can't for that of fear. Because you fear. Oh, Rabbi, I can't get in the new relationship because that last man, and I told myself I would never get in another relationship again because of what that last man did to me. Or you bring the baggage of the last woman. Oh, Hansi Bonzi, I just don't appreciate the way you make my eggs because my ex-wife made my eggs this way. You're bringing in, old baggage, old school baggage that has nothing to do with the now. A lot of you need to look at your now and assess your now. N-O-W, your now. Don't look about what happened back then. Where is your now? Ask yourself this question this day. How am I now? And begin to bring forth your now, or your future now. What you want in the future is your now. Just now, right now. N-O-W, your now. But some of you, your now is yesterday. Your now is over. Yeah. You focus and you think about, how it was back then. That's your now. Ask yourself this question. It's an important question to ask on this Shabbat. Great Shabbat. Our great day of rest. Where am I now? Right now. You see, because where you want to be can be your now. Well, Rabbi, I have to wait on it. No, it can be now. You see, because what you're now, I'm telling you, when you can grasp hold of this, my goodness, it'll be a paradigm shift in the whole way you think, your thought process, and the way you think about things. But too many times we don't think. You know why? It's because we're too busy. Either we're engulfed in fear, and believe me, how many of you know religions play a key role in that? Hagee, he's a master at teaching you how to fear. You see, because when he can teach you how to fear here in San Antonio, then he's got you corralled. He's got you lassoed. Cowboys here like to lasso the cow and the goats and stuff like that here in Texas. You see, because when they have you secured and lassoed, then, my goodness, you can't go anywhere. There's no freedom. And that's what fear does. But you know what else does it? It's not only fear, but you focusing on the how. Well, how the heck is that going to happen? Rabbi Simon out there is talking about all this stuff, the clean and this, but how? He said I can have this, and my future can be now, and I can think in the now, and that will be my future because that's what I want to be. But I'm thinking in the past. But how can I do? How is it going to come about? How the heck is that going to happen? And all of your energy is placed on that, and you miss the mark. You miss the mark worrying about the how. When you just need to create. Not create, but bring forth. Bring it forth. Bring forth what you desire. Bring it bring it to yourself. Bring it. Like Akoi said, sleep on it. Think about it. Well, Rabbi, I tried it. I asked for that, that particular car, thinking about that particular car, but it never came. Well, how many times do you think, well, what? I just gave it the one thought. I gave it the one thought. I thought about it. I did the imagination. Law of assumption. I was in it, and then it kind of fizzled out. I thought about it the one time, though. Really concentrated on and thought about it. The now. I'm going to read something from our book. We'll go back to the burning bush, because we got to get back to the burning bush. Moses saw the burning bush. The Master Yahweh spoke to Moses through the burning bush. What did the Master Yahweh tell Moses? You see, because right now, as a lot of you consider yourself free, truly, you may be free to some extent, but majority is you're still shackled. You're still in that proverbial future. And the lecture that Hakonian gave you today, it truly can free you and rescue you out of that thought process and mentality of lack. Yeah, you're free, but you stay in the state of lack. I'm free, but I cannot reach my goals because I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how. I don't know how it's going to happen. How can he say that when I have X amount of dollars in my bank account? How can that happen? How? You see, it doesn't need to be how, it needs to be now. You see? You understand what I'm saying? you need to take the H out and put an N where the H is in the word how. And say now. Now. I can have rescue now. I can be rescued out of my situation with finances now. I can be rescued out of my situation with relationship now. I can be rescued out of my situation with health issues now. Not later on. Oh, well, Rabbi, you just don't know. You're looking back, oh, Rabbi, I've always been sick. I've always had this. You see, your now is in the past. You're dwelling in the past. Or you point the finger at everybody else. Well, you see, this information, these techniques that you've been given, these weapons, these whatever you want to call them, tools, strategies on truly how to live life. You know, there's a lot of people that don't want you to hear these kind of things. Believe me, we're all over. There's a lot of people that don't want you to hear these kind of things. Now, I'm pointing the finger outwardly. But guess what? Your person inwardly, and how many of you can agree your person inwardly don't understand, and it's telling you, hey, what the heck is this stuff? This stuff is asinine. This is crazy to think this way. Your inner person is the biggest person you're going to do battle with. That you know, and this is going to see. These laws are not going to be adapted overnight. But I tell you what, if you begin to apply it, and in your application, this is when your inner man is going to come up and tell you, or your inner woman, what the heck am I doing? This is not going to work. I mean, but how? See that doubt along with fear. Doubt is another word for what? How? Well, how? That's doubting. Yeah, you said all these good things, but how? Rescue has come to you today. You see, here are the two parallels. You can live in Genesis or you can live in the Exodus. Look at our forefathers in Genesis. Oh my goodness. Everything's good. Everything's rosy. Oh man, we're living in Egypt. And we're being red carpet is rolled out. We get, top-notch service. We eat at the 5-star hotels here in Egypt. Egypt is a super power, and we're aiding Egypt in kind of great ways and doing great things for Egypt. Egypt has come to our rescue many times during the drought, and now we're in Egypt. They doing their thing, we doing our thing, and everybody's happy. There's bliss. Everybody's happy. Everybody's feeling good. How many of you feel good today? Everybody's feeling good. I feel great. I feel so good. Everybody's feeling good. And then what happens? Then comes the Exodus. You see, so you must understand is that you're going to always deal with this. This is human nature. You have to learn how to conquer these things. And I'm telling you, the more you concentrate on how you want to be, you see, on how you want to be, then all the other things are pushed to the side, those negative energies. Because I'm pretty sure there's some of you in this room that you have doubt right now. You're doubting like, oh my goodness, our Queen is saying to do these things. I want to do them, but doubt is paralyzing. Or you always run back to religion. And you do this mostly related to your default. Some of you have a bad default. Your default will run you right back to religion. How many of you know what I'm talking about? You'll see, well, the letter of these laws of the universes. And by default, when you try to connect the dots, you run right back to religion. You'll run right back to religion and how they tell you, oh, well, You've been conditioned and you've been taught that Jesus is this way. Jesus is ABC, 1, 2, 3. Not the Aleph and the Tav. The A to the Z. You see? So your default is the Torah of Moses. But many people don't understand the Torah of Moses. The freedom instructions are on mostly everybody's shelf here in the world because they have the Bible. But how many people really understand, have an understanding of the laws of Moses? These universal laws. That are forever. And guess what? These universal laws have no connection or affiliation with religion. You see? RSAHK said, Rabbi, okay, did the word of God appear to Moses in the Torah, namely in Genesis chapter 15? We're not dealing with Genesis chapter 15. To Abraham, we're not dealing with Genesis chapter 15. Yeah, and there's your question answered. Asked and answered. So, again, so we have to look at these factors. Yes, the factors does include Genesis. The facts on the ground is that our Torah does have Genesis within it. But today's lecture is not focused on Genesis chapter 15. That's not where our focus is today. You see, we must remain focused. That's important. Persistence, teaching that to my daughter as well. But we must remain focused on everything that we do. The Word appears throughout. The Torah is the Word of God. You see? The Torah, the whole Torah is the Word of God. That's God's Word. See, but my question is, what relevance does that have with your relationship with the Creator of the heavens and the universe and your obedience to the God of Israel? You see? That's the question. You're hearing the Word of God right now. As we speak we speak God's Word in a person. How did the Word of God get disseminated? Only one time did God actually speak to a people. And where was that at? Mount Sinai, correct? And what happened with the people? My goodness, they couldn't handle it. And they came up with the model, if you know your Torah, they came up with the model that what? Oh my goodness, we cannot handle God speaking to us face to face. Let's let Moses tell us. And from then on, the God of Israel, creator of the heavens and the universe, said that's a good model. I'll speak through man. And see, this is where a lot of folks are missing their blessings as well. And their true miracles that are happening in their life. Is because, believe it or not, their blessings are actually, majority of them, are not coming in an Amazon box addressed from the Shemaim, from heaven. They're going to come from other individuals. Am I right? Yet a lot of you are saying, well, God, I want to see you materialized in my life. And yes, so has come to you and done good things for you. This man, that man, and the other man, you see. And yet, you don't see the miracle that comes through men. And I mean men, sometimes they can be women as well. Women included. It's very important to understand that. You see, because as great things begin to happen in your life, because you begin to bring them forth, you have to be very, very careful. You see, RSAHK, what you need to do is probably just stay put. You see, because a lot of times, you know, religion can creep in and make you a scribe, and you get caught up on the letter of the law and not the true beauty of the law. You understand what I'm saying? you get caught up in the little nuances that have no relevance to your rescue, your salvation, your deliverance, because you're so caught up on the letter of the law. But you need to understand the true beauty of the law, the factual beauty of truly how to live the Torah. But you can't live the Torah because you're too concerned with the letter of the law. You see? Again, here he goes again, or she. You know, letter of the law. You see? You know what I mean? You see? So you must understand this. You're trying. Your understanding is based on the letter of the law, and not the beauty of the law. What is that law? How do I take that law and begin to use it to benefit myself and others? You see, that's where we're going with this. And I'm gonna help you out. You can stay here and listen, or go open up your own room where you can have these letter of the law theologies and begin to try to outsmart, yourself, or think yourself with things that are of no relevance. Because at the end of the day, how's this going to help your salvation? You run around here, well, did God speak here through this, through it? I mean, God spoke to it through a donkey. God can speak through stones. My goodness. What does it matter what he uses to speak through? At the end of the day, the question is, how are you going to use the spoken word of God to benefit you today and to help others? You see? Again, religion. You can get shackled by religion. Religion is the biggest kryptonite to you, truly. And Hakoin says this, and I like the word my teacher uses. It came to my mind. The spirit of the law. I call it the beauty of the law. But the spirit of the law. I mean, what you're getting today from the son of Aaron is truly the spirit of the law. And if God would come to, this man, he probably wouldn't even know God from, Julio in Mexico. No offense if your name is Julio. But he probably wouldn't know God, honey. He probably wouldn't know God from, Julio in Mexico. Or Juan Valdez in Colombia. Because he's so caught up on the letter of the law. And the Master Yeshua, Hakoin gave you the great words of the Master Yeshua. Jesus of Nazareth, he said, unless you come out of that type of mentality, you'll never, being a Sadducee and a scribe and a Pharisee, because you're so focused on the religious mindset and the little letter of the law, that you truly miss the spirit and the beauty of the Torah. You can't get on with your life. Your spirit will never grow. It's already dead. And you're missing the mark. Truly. How come he's saying, what a funny situation. Did God come or did his word? What is God at his word? My goodness. But yet, we have folks just like this. Don't have this kind of mindset, because that literally is the default for some of you right now, that's preventing you from truly realizing the reality of the spirit of the law in your life, the beauty of the Torah, and you're getting the law of assumption. See, a lot of you can't experience that because once you hear this universal law, you go right back to default. You go right back to your religion, your religious default. You see. Akoni said, when I went to that poor family in Pakistan, what that God, His word, or yeah, indeed. When he went to the poor family in Pakistan, was that God, His word, or just me? Was that God or all three? My goodness. All three. All three. Burning bush. Let's go back to the burning bush. How come God couldn't talk to all Israel through the burning bush? How come he couldn't go into Egypt and say, through the burning bush, okay, redemption is nigh? You see, because the format is to go through the sons of Aaron, through Levi, through the Levites, time and time and time again. This is throughout all of our history, time and time and time again. You're going to see that. And so when we look today, we look at the now, and we're saying, well, how are we going to be redeemed? Because guess what? Redemption comes at many different levels. Yes, redemption is nigh. It is here, now. But again, you must adapt, you see. You must adapt. And you see, a lot of the Israelites, they had a problem adapting to Moses. They couldn't adapt because they were so caught up on the letter of the law and thinking, you see, they began to formulate, oh, God is good. God is this way. God is this way. And they went back to their default thinking. Oh, well, God is this way, and this is the way he's going to be. God is going to come, and he's going to do things this way. He's going to do it. Yes, which he did do it. But they were focused too much on the how. Well, this is how God is going to do it. When God came in, totally different way. He used Moses in a totally different way than a lot of people thought. This is why they missed it and didn't understand. Same way with the Rabbi Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth. A lot of them missed it because they're looking for the militant Jesus to come down, ready to fight, ready for war with all the angels, and we just going to annihilate and we're going to put the smack down on everybody else because they deserve it. They went back to their default thinking because they had militant Mike mentality. If your name is Mike, no offense. Oh, it's all about the war, man. See, but the battle that you need to fight right now is the war within yourself. See, because a lot of you are still stuck on default. And your default is I've always been talking about default for the past couple of Shabbats, but your default, there's some baggage, there's some cleanup that needs to be done with your default. Because it still harbors maybe some negativity, maybe some doubt, because you're still focusing on the how. You see, all this snake oil out here, there's a lot of snake oil out here. Snake oil, meaning that there's a lot of different techniques and strategies that can be used. But at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, is who are you going to listen to? Those that already have what you want. So, when all these different formulas, oh, do this, jump upside down, oh, play hopscotch, jump on one leg, blah, 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 and you'll get this. Well, you need to look, okay, has other people done this and it worked? See, many people they don't go as far as to ask this question. Well, has other people done it and it worked in their life? I want to follow a pattern that's been proven, tested, tried, and is actually functional and works. Then after that, it's just rinse and repeat, baby. It's just rinse and repeat. It's just rinse and repeat. Does it work? That's it. Don't have to worry about the how. Does it work? Can you show me that it worked? Are you telling me this from a place that, yeah, it's happening in my life? Or are you just, it hadn't happened in your life, but I read it from so-and-so, or I picked this up from so-and-so. I just thought this might work. And so I'm just going to tell everybody else that this is how it works. And it works. And you teach that it works. And it doesn't even work because you haven't applied it. The default. We want to go back to the default. Akori says that Moses or Musa was operating in the law of assumption in real time. That's what I want. I want real time. How many of you want real time? I want real-time reality. I don't have time for, oh, okay, well, this happened back then, and yeah, that was for this time. But I need real-time action. Yeah, Moses, Abraham, Jacob had many wives, but let's talk about real time. Let's talk about real time. Reality. That should be our focus. Truly, we all want to be free. Freedom comes within, not without. If you're already free within yourself, guess what? You're free. I don't care what other people say that are around you and in your surroundings. That doesn't matter at the end of the day. That's a hill of beans. If you're free within yourself, you're already free. But a lot of us are not free within ourselves. We tell ourselves we're free, but truly, are we free? You do the bobblehead with yourself, you do the bobblehead. Our Kohen calls it the law and hardy, but you're doing the bobblehead. Oh yeah, I'm free. Yeah, I'm free with it. If you're free within yourself, it'll be easy for you to assume the universal laws that are for everybody, by the way, that are not attached to any religion, as you heard in HaKohen's lecture. Not attached to any religion. So the pattern of freedom is going to come this way. It's going to come the same way it's going to come the same way that Moses brought freedom to our forefathers, to the Hebrews that were there in Egypt. First as guests, and then they were pests. HaKohen said God gave no religion, so take note. Indeed, HaKohen. But it's that religion and that religious mentality. Some of you say, oh, I'm free from religion. But guess what? Your default is still religion. Your default. You fall back on religion. Well, how can that be? How can that happen this way? What do you mean? That's a law? You see? These are universal laws. How come pastor never talked to you? You go back to default, yet you may subconsciously think you're not going back to default. Your mind is telling you you're not in default, but you're going back to the default subconsciously. Maybe even in your conscience. You see, these are battles that you're having with yourself right now. Because these laws, how many of you, these laws that are explained to you in such a way that the Kohen is doing it to you now, this is brand new stuff to you. This is new introduction. Put up a capital N of you. You're like, man, this is new stuff to me. I never heard it explained to me this way. So now this is where the battle starts, you see. You go back to that default of, you fall back to what you consider your comfort zone because everything was comfortable. But in that comfortable zone, you're still in fear, you're still in doubt. So guess what? You'll never meet your mark. To for your responses, by the way, for the end. This is new stuff to you. This is new grounds to you. You see? But this newness is actually old. But it's been covered up, and it's just been, oh my goodness, it's been twisted up into all kind of mumbo jumbo. That guess what? That it waters down the effect of the universal laws. Because it's been, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you can call it lying. You've been lied to. But it's done in such a subtle way over time after time that the universal laws have been watered down to where now in your inner man, the universal laws are seen as strange, right? How many of you in your inner man say, man, this stuff is strange. I mean, these guys are kind of wacky. Come on, let's face it. You probably think about it. Man, this stuff is alien to me. This is so strange. But it's actually you're going back to your natural default state, to the universal laws. You're going back to the universe that you come from. All things that you heard from HaKohen, and someone else stated it as well, all things go back to you created from atoms. Atoms from particles that have protons and neutrons. The only difference is the arrangement. Every single thing, from physical matter, everything that exists on this planet comes from atoms, you see. Yes, you think that this is awesome, your woman of pretend. But I know in your inner woman, you gotta be having this war with yourself. That's just because you're human beings. You see? And you've been conditioned to think this way. Your default at birth was, you had this within you, but then over time, HaKohen told you, this is why, as children, my goodness, children have such great imagination, don't they? But then they tell little Johnny, you better quit that imagination. You stop all that. Stop all that dreaming. See, they begin to shudder and they begin to stifle that even at young age. The children can't have imagination. Look, that's what I was telling you earlier, a couple of lectures ago. If your children want to believe in Santa Claus, you let them believe in their imaginary Santa Claus coming down the chimney, ho, 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 and all that other mumbo jumbo. You let them believe that. You must begin to use your imagination. Paint things in your mind. Create that HD quality 5G imaginations and take yourself to places that you'll never go. But you already went there. Why? Because you've been there in your mind. Imagination, your thoughts, your dreams, your desires. Some of you don't have none of that. Some of you need to dust that chest off and take the cobwebs off of it. You dust it off. Okay, let me open up this chest and see what's even in there. But you need to be having these things. Why don't we have these things? And why aren't they being used? Is because we've been conditioned to, and kryptonite has been placed on that chest to where we can't pull out the Superman, the Superwoman, we can't run, and the Superman telephone booth and come out with a cape and everything, and big age Super Hebrew. Why? Because we've been told, we've been conditioned that, oh no, we're to fear. We're to have fear, we're to have doubt. We're to always wonder and figure out the how before we even can begin to believe that it's true. We already have to we have to manipulate and create how it's going to happen, and then we can have faith because it's going to happen the way we manipulate or we bring it forth to happen. I would encourage us, don't even worry about the how. How will take care of itself. So what? How it happens, that you need to be concerned with that it does happen in my life. That I am going to find that mate. That I am going to find that peace within myself that I desire. That I am going to be able to find love and compassion. Because right now I'm an angry bird. That I am going to be able to make that money, have that career. I am going to be able to have that child, have that son that I want, that daughter that I want, that family that I desire. Have that, whatever it may be. You all desire something. You all want something more than anything else in the world. You want something. And don't sit here and tell me you want to go to heaven. I don't want to hear that. You all want something. You desire something here on this earth. Some may say, I want heaven on earth. Now, that's more realistic. That's more real time. But religion has told us to focus on the by and by and not the now and now. Think about it. That's how they get you hooked and bamboozled and led astray. Oh, you got to put all your focus on, oh, when I get to heaven, what a great day that's going to be. No, what about now? What about today? We'll let heaven take care of itself by what I do today. What can I do today to leave a mark, to leave a legacy, to leave a name? It's important. He mentioned this in his lecture. We're at such a crucial time in history to where we're rewriting our name. We're bringing honor and glory and dignity to our name. Think about it. The generations before you didn't have this opportunity laid out the way you're having it laid out. The descendant of Moses is here now. Israel, as you're in your proverbial Egypt, rescue is here now. Here's the bigger question. What are we going to do with it? Yes, you have rescue here, but what are you going to do with it? Shemoth, Exodus chapter 3, goes on, it began saying that Moses was just tending the flock with Jethro, the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the Kohen, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock back to the wilderness, and he came to Horeb, the mountain of Elohim, which from our location is in the east, by the way. east of here, which is known today, I guess you could say today, when we look at a map today that man has created, that would be in what, Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. And then, and Malak Yahweh appeared to him in a flame of fire in the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush was burning with fire, but the bush was not consumed. Wow. So then, I'm not going to read the whole history to you because you know it. Some of you know it up and down. Some of you have it memorized. Remember how Queen talked to you about the importance of the powerful words, I am. Now look at this. Look at verse 4 of Exodus chapter 3. And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to look, Elohim called to him from the midst of the bush and said, Moshe, Moshe, Musa, Musa, Moses, Moses. And he said, what did he say? Here I am. Here I am. Remember how he just made the statement that Moses practiced the law of attraction in real time. He said, here I am. I'm right here now. Here I am. Here I am. This is what I want to talk to you about today, discuss with you today. Here I am. Where are you now? Where are you today, Mishpah? I get so excited, Mishpah. I tell you, I'm such a happy person. Regardless if all hell is breaking loose. Rabbi Bania said, he gave me instruction, when you go through hell, right, keep walking. You see? Or when I'm on top of the mountain. Come Shiloh or Sheol. I'm excited about life. I'm happy about life and the opportunity that we have to live a life. You know, this instruction that you got today will really, I hope it gives you solace. And also, I hope it puts just like a joy within you to really want to, you know, make something of yourself. Make something of your name. Leave a legacy. And more importantly, truly put you on the path to make the mark. You know, Hakoin was giving his lecture, and I just began to think, well, what was some of my past lives? Any of you had that same thought when Hakoin's like, well, where have I been last? Any of you? I thought that. I was like, I wonder where I've been last before this life. I was thinking about that. Where have I been last? And then I had to reel myself in. I said, okay, I'm here now for a very important reason now. In this life. Don't want to muck it up. And I definitely don't want to, you know, sell myself short by not making the mark in this life and what I'm supposed to be doing. This is a very important time in history. I don't know if you know this. I mean, I'm talking about the history of the world. You all are affiliated and associated with royalty. The names, my goodness. There's a name behind your name, and behind your name there's a name. Wow, think about that. I tell you, that's humbling for me. Same time, I'm so excited to be in this place, in this state of being, in the state of really understanding the laws of God for all humanity. For all the universal laws that are not affiliated with religion whatsoever. You see, there's a lot of people that don't want you to hear this kind of information. Andrew Carnegie was one of the richest men of his time. And guess what? He didn't want this information to get out. He didn't want it to get out. He wanted to be stingy with it. But then, I'm thinking, as I read his books, is that later on in his life, he had a change. And he came over to the law of assumption to this point. to where he realized, and he said this himself. He said, what good is it for a man to die wealthy? I think that's a great bit of thinking. He said, what good is it for a man to die wealthy? This is why he gave majority of his wealth. He's given, still to this day, his wealth has been given out in foundations, and his name is attached to it. So when he died, he didn't die a rich man. Why? Because he gave it back. He gave it for the, in his words, he gave it back for the betterment of humanity. Wow! Sometimes it may take us a while to come to, full, not even full understanding, but understanding to another level to where, okay, we can move on. How many of you understand that understanding evolves? And it doesn't evolve to a place to where we overstand. We're always trying to understand for you YouTubers. That seems to be the new popular word, the new popular phrase on YouTube. Oh, I'm overstanding. You see, that's that Sadducee, Pharisee mentality that the Master Yeshua talks about. When you try to overstand, oh, I'm overstanding. You give me religious, you put this religious mumbo-jumbo to it. Oh, I'm just so high and mighty and that I can overstand God. We need to overstand Him. No, you need to understand Him. You need to keep understanding. And when you think you understand, guess what? There's more understanding that comes. I've seen this in my life these past 6 days of labor. As I'm bringing forth success in the Forex. And guess what? Success in the Forex is coming to me through a man. Not in an Amazon box straight from heaven, but through a man. Not only any man, but a great man. And I'm seeing things done before my very eyes. It's just amazing. And the monetary potential is just is infinity and beyond. And these are things that I'm going to be able to pass on to my children and my children's children and leave a great legacy. Why? It's because I desire this. And I sleep on it. And I'm seeing these things happen before my very eyes. I'm not going to go into too much detail now, but I tell you this, I can promise you this, one day I will write a book. Because I did learn some great lessons, and I continue to learn great lessons from Shemoth. Is that some things you don't tell your wife, and some things you just don't tell. Some things you just don't tell. Yes, you give out some information. Oh, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with it. Some things you give out, but then some things you just keep close to you. You keep close to you, and you keep them close to you. Some things, and all of you know this, some things need to stay within your own immediate family. And some things you can give out. Why do you think there's a lot of great truths, a lot of great facts on the ground, a lot of great truths that the Kohen has. I can guarantee you right now that he has, that he won't tell you. He won't tell you. He may never tell you. And then some things can be released in due time. Some things can be given out, like the drip from a spigot. Sometimes the spigot runs, quickly you get those dribbles and drabbles of water, and then sometimes, it's very slowly. That dribble drabble may become, you get one drip every 2 hours. That's how it works. You see, so you have to be careful with this information that you're getting. I'm telling you, you be careful because, these strategies, these universal laws, you give them to the wrong people, it can do more harm than good. I'm just going to let you know this. It can do more harm than good. I just want to give you a scenario this day. Let's do this scenario. Let's see where some of you stand. Because I just want to see, because we all stand in different places. You see, Hakohen is saying here, everyone cannot handle what I have. Oh, Hakohen, believe me, I'm in full agreement with you. And it's because of this fact. Not everybody was meant to handle what Hakohen says. That's just the facts on the ground. We all have our place. And we all can mature and grow in our place and become great. At whatever level we consider great. Let's put this scenario before you. Because I'm thinking about this during Hakohen's lecture. Let's put this thought. Okay, imagine this. Imagine you're on the street in New York City, and you're a tourist. New York City is not your domicile. You're visiting. You're a tourist, and you got the tourist swag going. You're looking at all the sights. You're enamored by all the big buildings, and you love the concrete jungle of New York with all that goes along with it. And you get lost, and you travel down this alley. You're lost because you're a tourist. You don't know where you're going. You're just going. You're enamored with all the bright lights and Central Park and all that good stuff. And you take a detour and you go down this alley. And when you're walking down this alley, you stumble across the trash can bag. And instead of just taking the trash can bag and putting it back in the dumpster that you see about, is right next to you, you decide to look at a trash can bag because you're very inquisitive. Inquiry mind wants to know. So you're very quick, like, why is this trash can bag? Let me take a look in here and see what's in here. You look in there and you see that there's $1 million in this trash can bag. There's $1 million in this trash can bag. So I know a lot of you saying, Rabbi, I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going. Don't go there, Rabbi. So you see this $1 million in this trash can bag. What do you do? What do you do? You have this $1 million you found in a trash can bag in an alley in New York City. What do you do? Any responses? I'll take your responses. And there's no wrong responses because remember, you see, and there's a lesson behind this because what would you do? What do? You see that you have this $1 million. You found it. A being says, I will take it. Well, you will take it and do what with it? What are you going to take it and do? You're going to give it to the authorities? You're going to take it to the nearest restaurant because you probably figure somebody put it in it. What are you going to do? You're going to take it and do what with it? You see? Yeah, a woman that says you're going to keep it. Called Hakohi, keep it for myself. Any more takers? What are you going to do with it? Ask him, should I take it? No, okay, Eddie. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Any other takers? Eddie said, I'm gonna go seek some higher advice. That's fair. Any other takers? What would you do? You found this money. This money was just laying in the trash can bag, and you found it. And there's $1 million in here. What do you do? Okay, here's some more questions coming your way. Well, for those that said, I'm going to keep it, would that not be considered a sin if you keep this money because you stole this money? Pay my 10th tithe, Yael woman of 10. Yael woman of 10 said if she's going to pay that 10th tithe, then she said that money's hers. Okay, so here's the next question. Would that not be a sin if you keep this money? Would that not be considered a sin? In somebody's eyes? Think about it. Now I'm just putting out questions. You see, because what I'm gonna give you this from the Grinch. I watched the Grinch movie. The children, these little babies, they like to watch the Grinch. So I watched the Grinch. The Grinch said, "What's one man's trash is another man's potpourri." That's what the Grinch says. I'm quoting from Brit. That's what he said. So what's one man's trash is another man's potpourri. So what one person may see as a sin, another person may see as a miracle, or prayer answered, or thought answered. Think about it now, Mishpachah. Think about it. Think about it, Mishpachah. Yet, now, I appreciate your response. Let me tell you what I would do with the money. I'm keeping that money. I'm paying my 10th and I'm keeping that money. Because guess what? That was a part of my thought process. My thoughts were, look, I'm going to be a millionaire. Well, guess what? I just found $1 million trash can bag. I'm going to be a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. There it goes. Remember what I told you. Don't focus too much on the how. See, then doubt comes in. Oh, well, I'm sinning. I feel so bad because of... You see, you're focusing too much on the how. If you focus too much on the how, well, it's not how it's supposed to happen. I'm supposed to get that $1 million from a check that comes in the mail. Think about it. I'm supposed to get that $1 million. You see, because you're trying to manifest the how. Don't worry about how it gets there. Do you have the money? Do you have the... Don't worry about how the husband comes. Do you have the husband that you desire? Oh, well, he wasn't supposed to come this way. I wasn't supposed to meet him in the same Uber that I'm in. I was supposed to meet him at the mall, and he was going to buy me this thing, Rabbi. So this can't be the man for me because I didn't meet him at the mall. I met him in Uber. You understand what I'm saying? Too many times we miss our blessings. We miss the miracle because you focus on the how. Well, let me give that million back, Rabbi, because this is not how I'm supposed to get my million. I saw myself, this is how I was going to get it. I was going to, I was going to play the lottery numbers, and then I was going to win it playing the lottery. That's how I was going to get my millions. So let me give this minute back. You see where we're going with this? Because you're too focused on the how. Some of you are totally missing your blessings. Blessings have come your way. Men and women have come your way, given you things, and you refuse them. Oh, no, I don't need that. I'm all right. Think about it for a minute. Think about it for a minute. You have to be cognitive. And you have to, the law of assumption is to assume that you already have it. So when you get it, you don't, so when you get it, why would you give it back if you assume that you already had it? And then when you get it, now it becomes like, it's Greek to you. It's like, my goodness, it's a foreign language. Oh no, this can't happen that way. According to saying, the law of assumption will find the way to fill that desire. It has many avenues, not just the lottery. Indeed, Akoin. Don't focus on the how. I'm pretty sure Israel's thinking, man, this bondage, in the book of Genesis, everything is gravy. We living like Mr. T. Walking around, gold on, everything. Wealthy, the Egyptians are treating us just like, we're gods. You see? And then all of a sudden, they go from Genesis to what? To Exodus. Oh man. Now we're bricklayers. Now we're in service to make bricks, and we're building cities, and now we're putting under riggers. But the God of Israel heard the cries of Israel. He heard them. Over time, according to saying, God gave Israel the law of assumption, but they were too busy whining and complaining. Indeed, kryptonite to the universal laws are for you to do the negative things in life that prevent you from seeing the positivity of life itself. Truly. You cannot enact the laws of the universe as being sad, being upset, being depressed. It just doesn't work for you. It will not work. Being angry, being hateful to someone. You see, all of these negative attributes, these negative characteristics are truly kryptonite. Truly. And I'll throw religion in there with it. Because religion will hinder you. It'll prevent you. It'll corral you up. And it'll leave you in fear because you're so worried about the fear of dying when you don't even understand you don't die. You're like baby's kids. You don't die, you multiply. But you're too focused and concerned with death. Oh, death. Oh, God's going to strike me down, blah, blah, blah. When you fail to realize that God is a God of love. He's a God of peace. He's not a God of hatred. He's not a God of fear. He's not a God of doubt. You got the wrong one, man. But that's what religion does. It creates these false gods. And it puts God in a false light. A pseudo-light. Who does that remind you of? That false likeness. Pseudo-light. pseudo-likeness. I think these things are so very important. So very important. Truly, the God of Israel, the creator of the heavens and the universes, put forth laws that's going to help benefit us and not leave us in the muck, and not leave us murky, not leave us clouded. But you must get the teachings from who the God of Israel intended the teachers to be, who are the priesthood, the sons of Aaron. That's key. That's key. That's key. You must understand that. You truly must understand. Torah has many faces to it. When you begin to understand that there's different faces to the God of Israel, my goodness, there's different faces to the Creator. Some man comes up to you and gives you $1 million. Are you not going to be thankful to that man? And then you also give thanks to God? Was not God operating through that man to give you that $1 million? I submit to you, yes. Some of you have illnesses. You go to the doctor does an operation and heals you. Are you not going to give thanks to that doctor for healing you, whilst at the same time giving thanks to God for creating this wonderful being with the ability to be able to heal people through medicine? I mean, come on. There's many faces to God. Many people don't understand that. They put God in a box. That's where you sell yourself short. When you put God in a box, don't try to put God in a box. Many people try. Many people try to recreate God in their images, which is very wrong. I call this many people religion. Religion will take God and try to recreate Him in their images. You see, this is what happens. But truly, when we look at the names of the Bible, we look at these honorable names. We look at royalty. We look at these royal people. We look at this holy nation. What do we learn? You see, Torah can only teach you so much. Torah will only take you so far. Then you will begin to see another face of the Torah. And that has to come through his teachers. The Torah teachers are the sons of who? Levi. The sons of Aaron, to be more specific. This is when you begin to see the different faces. And Torah will really become the spirit of the law. You see, because too many people today, they flow through here and they operate in what? The letter of the law. They operate in the letter of the law. And they don't understand how to make Torah really physical in their lives. They don't understand the beauty of the Torah. See, Torah can't become real to them because they're too busy trying to run after, things that have no significance. They're trying to run after spirituality. You see? And they're like echoes in the wind. That's all they are. And they have no substance to themselves whatsoever. They're substanceless. No substance. They're empty. But they try to fill themselves. You ever tried to do that before? You're empty, but you try to fill yourself. How can you fill yourself when you're empty? You see? And that's happening time and time and time again with religion. Religion does that to you. Believe me, today and even Sunday, they're going to try to fill themselves. But majority of them, they tell you, they'll leave empty-handed. Yeah, they'll walk out with some emotions, and then those emotions will fade off, and they're empty until next Sunday comes, or next Saturday comes, and it goes again. And they sit down and they do the dance like David, blah, 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 go through the rope, get some emotions, get a few little goosebumps, and then that feeling goes away. And what are you left with after that? They still are happy. They still hateful people. They still disrespectful people. They still depressed people. And they still people that just run around here not doing anything positive for themselves with this great gift of life that they've been given. you all have an opportunity to change and to break those chains. Redemption is here for you. Just like the God of Israel told Moses to go tell the people. When we look at Shemoth, we look at Exodus chapter 3, verse 8. So I have come down to rescue them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, out of the Egyptians, and to bring them up from that land to a good and large land that is flowing with milk and honey. To a good and large land. See, that's what, you see, you have to clear the real estate. You have to, this has to happen within yourself, your brains. You must clear the real estate because we need to reset default. What you need to see within yourselves and your imaginations is that huge land, that good and large land flowing with milk and honey. Milk and honey is a mindset, more importantly, than a physical place, which is a physical place as well. But we're not in the land today. So milk and honey is wherever you're at. I have milk and honey here in Texas. I don't know about you. And last time I checked, you could go back and listen to the recording. He called Texas the land flowing with milk and honey. Who heard it? Anybody heard it, or were you dozing off at that time during the lecture? He said, Texas? Oh, that's the land flowing with milk and honey. The land flowing with milk and honey is wherever you at. You make it. That's when you make it. Now. You can make that now. You don't have to worry, well, Rabbi, when are we going back to the land? Who cares? I'm in the land flowing with milk and honey now. And this is just what the God of Israel is telling us today. Through who? Through a man? Through a son of Aaron, is that, okay, Israel, it's time for you to come out of your bondage. You see, because in your minds right now, you're doing that. What happens when you build bricks? Anybody tell me? What happens when you make bricks? What happens when you make a brick, and you make another brick, and you make another brick? What do you end up with? Anybody tell me? This is not a wrong answer type question, but anybody tell me, what happens when you build a brick, and then you build another brick, and then you make another brick? What happens with those bricks over time? Anybody tell me? There you go, Rabbi Yosef Hilton, you make a wall. You see, many of you in your conscious minds, in your subconscious, right now you have a wall up. You see, this is where the war starts. It starts within. There is no outside war going on. See, that's a fallacy. Hollywood will hoodwink you and tell you that you're fighting an external battle. No, you're fighting an internal battle with yourself. And by the way, you're going to win because you're going to tear these walls down. But you got to realize that the walls are there. You got to, you got to see this just like I put things in real time. Oh, I have walls that I need to tear down. You see, I need to clear the real estate. Imagine yourself with a bulldozer in your imagination. You got a John Deere bulldozer or a Case bulldozer, and imagine yourself. You got that bulldozer. How many as a child? I remember as a child, that was one of my Christmas gifts one year. Santa Claus gave me one of those Tonka toy bulldozers. How many ever got that as a toy? Well, I used to love to play with that in the dirt and just move stuff around. So imagine that in your mind. You got this bulldozer, and what you're doing is you're blowing down that wall. You're tearing that wall down. You're clearing the real estate in your mind so that you can begin to what? Plant the seed of milk and honey. How many of you want? You see, that's what Rabbi Simon, the Kohen, he's doing to you this day. He's planting that seed. Did you not hear him in his lecture? What did he say? He said, I'm plowing her field. Did you hear him say that? He said, I'm plowing her field. Correct me if I'm wrong. You see, you need to be thinking when the Kohen says something, you need to be paying close attention. He said, I'm plowing her field. I'm plowing her field so she can be prepared for what's coming. How many of you heard that as well? He was talking about Winiku. He said, I'm plowing her field. I've been plowing her field so she can prepare for what's coming. I've been preparing for what's coming, and now it's coming. You see, all of us, we got to plow our fields. Some of us already plowed and planted, and now we're watering. And now you're starting to see things come about. That milk and honey land, and not the land of bricks and mortar. Because those bricks and mortar are preventing you. They're stymieing you from truly understanding the universal laws. And truly, not even only understanding, but beginning to apply them. Because there's wall blockage. You see? There's wall blockage. So if you don't begin to institute real estate cleansing to clear the land so you can plow what? Milk and honey mentality. So you can plow now and not how. Too many of you are focused on how. Well, Rabbi's saying all this good stuff, Rabbi Simon, but I just don't know how that's going to happen. Does that matter at the end of the day? I just don't know how that's going to take place. I really can't see it. What does the Master Yeshua say? He said, blessed are those that believe and didn't see. You have the benefit, and I'm paraphrasing, you see me, and yet you don't believe. But blessed are those that didn't see me, yet they still believe. Because they plowed their fields. And you know what? They don't have these walls up. These brick and mortar walls, they're being torn down. You keep telling yourself that, Ya'el, woman of tent, not my job to worry about how. No, that's not your job to worry about how. Your job is to manifest your now. Now. Don't worry about how. Worry about the now. Manifest your now. Right now. Manifest it. Sleep on it. Pray on it. Think on it. Assume it, and it will be. Hakohen gave me a great bit of instruction today. What was it? Is that you don't have to create anything. It's already created. Just bring it to you. You don't have to create it. Just bring it to you. Make it yours. Whatever you want. You want that husband? Make him yours. You want that wife? Make her yours. You want that house? Make it yours. You want that job? Make it yours. The job is already there. The house is already there. What a great way to put that, Hakohen. Well said, son of Aaron, as usual. But I know maybe a lot of this is going over some of your heads. Don't worry about it. Just realize you got these walls that you have to deal with. The war of walls. And you got to tear these walls down within yourself. Your conscious, your subconscious. Man, you have to free all that up. You're physically free. You're living here in North America or in these other great shepherd nations. You're already physically free. Now it's time. We're kicking it up. We're going to the next level. Now you have to free your mind. Free your thoughts up. Free up your dreaming. You see, this is a total different level we're going into now. You see where the God of Israel is taking us? He's taking us to a whole new place. And it's a beautiful thing. This is what I told you. This is a beautiful time in history. A beautiful time. This is truly an unprecedented time in history. And you even bring it down to your level, even at your points, because you see, now, your name, you can change your name now. I used to always see the walls had plastered on your walls. Your name wasn't royalty. Your name wasn't honorable. But you see, now you can change that now. Now you can change that. Because you've been conditioned and told, oh, you're going to be this. You can't do no better than this. This thing is, I can't. Can is your word. You can. Rabbi Yosef is saying that Chief Rabbi, it's the answer instructions that some of us have been unconsciously waiting for. Well, now it's here for your unconscious, your conscious, and for all of that. The answer has been here. Now it's just revealed to you in such a way Not many people want you to have this, the universal laws. They don't want you to come back to this, Mishpah. I'm telling you. This is why you guys are so fortunate. We all are so fortunate. I'm so happy and humbled to be a part. And grateful to realize this information. To realize the techniques. Universal techniques. Universal strategies. All of you should have. If you have a game plan, shouldn't you have a strategy? If you have a game plan, what's your strategy? How am I going to get there? That's what we've been focusing all our life. But when you realize the law, don't worry about the how. Just begin to nurture the law. Put water on the laws, universal laws. You put water on that law of assumption, and my goodness, it's going to grow. This is your new default. What's your new default? Law of assumption is your new default. That's your default. And if it's not, then you need to tear down those walls because you're still building bricks. And last time I checked, the God of Israel is here to redeem you. He's here to restore you. This day. Yeah, but we're not in the land yet. No, you see, the son of Aaron has taught on this time and time again. Before you can get redemption back in the land physically, what needs to happen? Give me the answer for those of you who have been students of Rabbi Simon for any part of time, any amount of time. What's the answer to that? Before we can physically go back into the land and get redemption, what has to happen first? Anybody know the answer to that? Somebody want to recall it in their supercomputers in your brains? I know you know the answer to that one. I'm going to help you out. You must begin to redeem within yourself, your mind, your conscious, your subconscious. This is where redemption starts within yourself first. Then it can begin to manifest itself outside of ourselves into a national redemption or restoration. We have to restore our minds back to the ancient ways of our forefathers, back to the ancient thinking of our forefathers. This is why this lesson today was such a jewel for Rabbi Simon out there. You get the thinking of the Master Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth. This is what he was thinking when he was saying this. But many people miss it. For many, he was talking over our head because they had the bobblehead mentality. We're not talking about. We're talking about his close knit group. We're talking about the 12. They're bobbleheading, but none of them really got it. Because what was manifested at the end of the day? Who was at the tree? While the Master Yeshua was hanging on the tree, who was there? Couldn't find the 12. Crickets in the room, they all fleeing. They're like cockroaches when you turn the lights on. My goodness, turn the lights on, cockroaches, they scurrying for any place they can find to hide. Somebody get under somebody cracking crevice. No problem. Wow. This lecture, it's going to be life changing for you. It's going to change your life. It's going to put you on the path of completion. The Master Yeshua, before he took his last breath, what are we told that he said? Didn't he say what? It's complete. It's complete. When you take your last breath, wouldn't that be one of the greatest statements that you can leave behind? It's complete. It's complete. You gave me the task, I completed it. How many of you in this room want an incomplete? I don't want an incomplete. I want to put the best. We've been given great tools now. We've been given great tools to assist us. Some of you you've already, some of you, it's going to be more easier for you it's going to be easier for you to comprehend. And more easy, it's going to feel more comfortable when you get back into the laws of attraction, because, the laws of attraction, the laws of assumption, all these laws are universal laws, because, for you, the default is going to be a lot easier. Because you already have that makeup within you to go back to them. While others, it may be difficult. You may struggle, but I would encourage you to hang in there. You may struggle, but I would encourage you to persist on it. And don't see it as a struggle. See, that's your problem. That's the problem in the first place. All right, we all know the story. We all know our history. But I want to read something from our Torah that I think is important to understand, that we should look at in our growth and development area as we continue to try to understand our history, our way of life, and how we're supposed to live. Now, we know the story. Well, what happened here? The gist of the story is that what made the Egyptians worry? Anybody tell me? You know the story. Why were the Egyptians so worried about these Israelites that they hosted for so many years? Of course, we see a new king came on board, and then what happens here? What happens to the Israelites who went into Egypt 70 strong? They went into Egypt 70 strong, and what begins to happen here? They began to multiply fast. So what was Egypt concerned about? Let's get to the meat and potatoes here. Because these same concerns are the same concerns that's going on here in 2018, going into 2019 as well. These same factors, you see, they just show themselves and present themselves in a different way, but it's still the same elements. What was Israel? What was Egypt's concern? Egypt was concerned with being taken over, and Egypt was concerned about the numbers, strength in the numbers. Isn't that what people look at today? They become fearful and afraid of numbers, strength and numbers. To me, this is one of the biggest misunderstandings that's out there. It's the numbers game. To where the more numbers that you have, the mightier you will be. But I would say on the contrary, that's not necessarily the case. The bigger numbers that you have, the mightier you will be. Most people think this. And see, this is one of the biggest stumbling blocks. This is one of the biggest stumbling blocks that get in the way of a lot of folks. Is that they're stymied from even having any thought process. They're stymied from even going back to the laws, universal laws of assumption, of attraction, whatever laws you want to go back to, the universal laws. There's many of them. And trying to comprehend them. Do you know why? It's because the mass number of people are not doing it. You see, so people fear what they don't understand. So then that puts them in a state of fear, because the mass majority of people are not following the universal laws, right? Am I correct? And so when people begin to, those that even get a glimpse, this is why I tell you, you don't go around telling this to everybody. You just don't do it. You don't do this. Because people are going to see you as strange, and you're swimming against the stream, and they're gonna label you. They're gonna put a label on you. But who cares? But that's what they're gonna do. So you have to help save themselves from themselves by just not saying anything to themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Because the first thing that they're gonna do is, oh, the numbers are not in your favor, sir. What you're talking about is not popular. So you're a whack. You're kooky. You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You need to be in somebody's mental institution. Oh, they're going to label you with all kind of stuff, Mr. Hoff. This is why you don't run around here telling this to everybody. even when you begin to assume your desires, your wishes, your dreams, guess what? Your friends are going to think you're crazy. Man, there's no way you're going to get $1 million. How many of you tell you, no, I'm going to get $1 million. It's mine. I'm a millionaire. And they laugh it off. And they think you're crazy. They say, man, this guy don't know what he's talking about. Well, how you going to? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, you see, because, again, the numbers. They look at the numbers. They look at, oh, man, you're not going to be a millionaire. Look at your family. Look at this, blah, blah, blah. They give you whatever excuse they want to give you. All right, there's no way you're going to drive that car. There's definitely no way you're going to get that house. Look at the house you're living in now. You see what I mean, Mishpah? This is what happens. And this will happen time and time again. I would encourage you, don't run with the numbers. You see, because the numbers, just like with the Egyptians, it puts you in fear. Oh, these same people that welcome to saying that our forefathers, our patriarchs really, saved the nation, saved the country, saved the world for that matter. Now all of a sudden they're fearful of it because of numbers? Come on, man. Because now we're bigger than you, or we're getting bigger, we're multiplying too quickly, blah, 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 blah. They began to look at the numbers, and they say, oh, no. Something has to be done here. We just can't allow these people to keep multiplying like this, because then they're going to take us over, you see. What people don't know, they don't understand. Exodus chapter 1 verse 7, and the children of Israel were fruitful and blessed abundantly. Wow. You see, that's the state you need to be in. Milk and honey, baby. Tear the walls down within your that supercomputer between your two ears. And put this there. When you plow your ground, you put this there. Verse 7 of Exodus chapter 1. And the children of Israel were fruitful and blessed abundantly, multiplied and grew exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there was a new king over Mitzrayim, over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. You see, people fear what they don't know. And he said to his people in verse 9, look, the people of the children of Israel are more mightier than we. How many of you need to understand this, is that might is not right. Might is not right. Might is not right. Many people on YouTube consider themselves Hebrews, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. They run after the might factor. Oh, might, we're mighty. We're going to be strong. God is going to strike you down. Might is not right. You know what's right? Meek. Meek is righteousness. Meek. Show meek, not might. Might will make you want to fight. Might will make you do things. We don't have to be mighty. Our God is already mighty. We don't have to do that part. We show meekness. What does it say in our Torah? And Moses was mighty. No, Moses was meek. Last time I checked. We need to pick up those same characteristics. Listen to this. Let's go to verse 10. Come, let us deal wisely with them, lest they become large. And if it comes to be in the event of war, that they also join our enemies and fight against us, and so go up out of the land. Therefore, they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh supply cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. The more they afflicted them. This should be a courage for you this day. It didn't say, oh, and the Israelites and the Hebrews were afflicted, and then they fought back. And then they decided to raise up arms and fight back, and there was a holy war. No. It said they continued to build the cities, they built these cities, and then look at verse 12. But the more they afflicted them, the more affliction that come upon you, the more they grew. The more they multiplied, the more they grew. And they were in dread, of the children of Israel. They were in dread of the children of Israel, yet the children of Israel didn't pick up one weapon to fight back. So we see here, regardless of what you say or what you do, some people are just not going to like you. They're going to be fearful of you. So they will hate you. So they condemn you. They'll put you down. That's just the facts of life. Deal with it. How do you deal with it? You're going to continue to grow and multiply. That's how you're going to deal with it. You're going to ignore their little ramblings of this, that, the other, and continue to do what you need to do and grow and multiply. But the minute you try to retaliate or to match life for life, you're going to find yourself in trouble. So the Egyptians made the children of Israel serve with vigor. Serve with rigor, not vigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage and mortar and brick and all manner of service in the field. All their service in which they made them serve was with rigor. So, this one about. Now they're brickmakers. The brickmakers didn't work. Then what came next? I want to read you this verse. He talked about stones. How many of you know stones have life? I want to read this to you. He talked about stones, and he also talked about birthing, didn't he? Didn't he say you got to birth it? It's like you bring it forth, you birth it. Look at verse 16. I found this very instructive of Exodus chapter 1. And he said, when you do the duties of midwife for the Abrahu, for the Hebrew women, and see them on the what? What does that say right there? And see them on the what, Mishpahah? What do you see them on? When you see them on the birthing stone, wow, you paying attention to that? That should, some of your dreadlocks should be sticking up. If you don't have them locks, so your little curly hair should be straight up in the air. If you have straight hair, it should be sticking up like that character on Little Rascals. Wow. When he birthed them where? On birthing stones. What did Akohi say? Akohi said, get your stones. How many of you got your stones? See, I'm telling you, there's great understanding. There's great miracles in this. I'm telling you, many workings, because now you're connecting yourself back with the names. You're connecting yourself back with the Hebrews. Still looking. Keep looking, Abraham. Find your stones. You can't find none. Remember my point said, you can't find some that matches with what with your particular tribe. You can just get any stones, because we're all a family, right? Get your stones. See, the Hebrew women, they were birthing babies where? On the birthing stones. Stones have life within them. Stones are made up of atoms just like you and I. They're just arranged differently. Stones put off frequencies. Man, this is good stuff, man. Stones have life. Why would you birth someone on a stone? You ever thought about that? Today they're not doing that. You go to these fraternity wards, how many stones you see laid up underneath these women as they have these babies? Man, there's some wisdom in that. Get your stones, you connect yourself back to who you really connect yourselves back to your royalty. Birthing stones. Our ancestors used stones, man. You see, we're talking about these universal laws. We're talking about the universe here, man. And it's all connected. And believe me, Rabbi Benia, I'm looking at a book on stars right now and astrology and the galaxies and the stars. That's all us. That connects us to what? The universe, to the universal God, the God of the universes, as He created that as well. It all plays a role. But what are you told today? Oh, you in that astrology, what you're in that divination, blah, 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 blah. You up the devil, you looking at the stars. Are you kidding me? Stars are signs for the Hebrews. How many of you, when you used to date women, I know I used to do that, you do this, you used to date women, you used to say, hey baby, what's your sign? How many of you used to do that? I think that's important. You know, hey baby, what's your sign, baby? What's your sign? Me, your astrological sign. I do it. What's your sign, baby? That's important. That's important, man. It's important business. You need to do that. So that helps with your compatibility. See, because you don't want this physical connection, yeah, which is good, but you want the connection of the universes. You want compatibility, don't you? In a relationship? I know I do. I want that compatibility factor. Universal. Not just on the physically, between the sheets. No, I want us to be compatible on a cosmic level. On a metaphysical level. Wow! See, now we get into some heavy stuff here. And it needs to be that heavy. That's why I told you, you got to focus and concentrate on that one wife. So I encourage you, all these men, all you men, listen to YouTube as well. You go up to that and make that a part of your black book. Hey, baby, what's your sign? And then go do your homework. What's your sign? And go do your homework. Go put 2 and 2 together. And get 4 and not 8. And you start studying the stars and you realize, oh, why the heck? I see why my relationship didn't work out with so-and-so, because we're just not compatible. We don't connect on a universal level. Wow. Yet in today's time, too many people are just running around a physical connection with somebody. But you should be deeper. You should be trying to connect, not only physically. There's nothing wrong with a physical connection. That's cool. But you should be taking it to another level. I want to connect with you universally, baby. Oh, man, you say that to a woman, man, you had her at Universal. You're like, wow, there's a deep man over here. He's deep. But most men today, they don't concern themselves with these things. But you need to. You need to concern yourself with these things. I heard a man say this, but I think it's so important. You need to look at everything that you do as an investment. Think about it. Every action that you take, everything that you do, you need to look at it as an investment. What kind of investment am I making? Look at it as an investment. See, you can either have a good investment or you can have a bad investment. But begin to look at your decision-making processes and everything that you do as an investment. You may be investing time, effort, money, whatever. But everything, you begin to look at. I'm telling you, you see your life in a whole new way when you look at things as an investment. And then you ask yourself, well, what kind of investment am I making? Is this a good investment or is it a bad investment? And I'm going to tell you, finding that loyal wife is one of the best investments you'll ever make in your life. It's one of the best investments you'll ever. Finding that relationship that gives you harmony, peace, is one of the best things that you can do for your life. I'm telling you, when you do that, everything else becomes commentary to you. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. Then you really begin to understand the spirit of the Torah. And truly how free you are when you go back to the laws of assumption and begin to understand how you bring forth your freedom. Freedom is not outward, it's inward. Love and peace is not outward, it's inward. Begin to manifest these things for yourself, and they will be. You see, because you've been birthed from some rare stones. You've been birthed from stones, Mishpahah. And no matter who comes against you, they cannot come against you. Cannot. No matter who tries to destroy you, you cannot be destroyed. Okay. So they couldn't. So let's go back. Let's get ready to close. I'm not going to keep you guys too long. But look, let's go back. Let's go back here and look at this. So you know, the midwives, in fear of their God, they weren't going to sit here and allow all these male children to be killed off. Because look, that's another one of the concepts that they use. Then you dress it up today, so they do the same thing. You know, today, and especially here in North America, from what I see, is that they're killing off all the men. You know how they're doing it? It's called prison institution. They take the man out of the home. That's how they do it. It's called prison institution. Majority of men of color in North America make up 70% of all the prison institutions. When the population of the men of color is only about 3%. When you look here in North America, close to 3 million people, about 3%. So where does that leave men of color that are not incarcerated? I will tell you, here in North America, you consider an extinct species. Put yourself with the dinosaurs. Think about that for a minute. It's these facts, these statements that I'm giving you, percentages, they hold true here for North America. I can't tell you about the UK. I don't know. I don't live in the UK. But the majority of the population of the prison institutions here are made up of people of color. This is how they do it. This is how they extract the man out. Right? They take him out. Thus what? You destroy the family structure, which I just told you was one of the greatest investments that you can make here on this earth. You want to talk about leaving a mark, leaving a legacy, making the mark? Our forefathers understood this principle. We must beget. We must get into the begatting business. That's a great investment. But when they say, oh, Rabbi, it costs so much money to have a child here in North America, blah, 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 blah. You see? Don't worry about the how. You just beget. Because that's what you're supposed to do. When you think about it in a lot of ways, you know, Hakolian is right. Not many people, especially when religions, they don't like to talk about reincarnation, right? But being the son of the oldest son of my father, you know what it said? My father's still alive. I thank God for that. They say, you act just like your father. How many of you heard that? Oh, you just like your father. Guess what? My father just reincarnated himself. Any of you ever heard that said about yourselves? Oh, you just like your father. Matter of fact, you look just like him. You look just like you act just like your father. So indeed, we are in the recreation business. We are in reincarnation business. Is that most sons pick up the attributes? Let's just face it. Most children pick up the attributes of who? The mother or the father? I submit to you the father. I submit to you the father. They'll pick up those same attributes. Why is that? That's part and parcel of what's a reincarnation. Yeah, you die, but guess what? No, you live on. You ever heard that said before? They say that a lot here in Texas. Bob just had a son. Oh, he lives on. How many of you heard that said before? Yeah, Mark, he just had a baby boy today. Oh, he lives on. What is that? He just made a mini-me of himself. So, you know, these are things that we have to look at. What are we birthing? the scenarios are the same. They're going to come at you, they come at you, they try to destroy the family. But what I want you to see is everything that they meant to do for bad or for evil or for all that negative side of the fence, everything was turned around for the good. The more they tried to kill, the more we reproduce. They tried to kill us with water, because that was the next phase, right? Kill them with water. Then what happened? Moses was saved by the water, wasn't he? Do you see what I mean? I saw that. I was like, wow, that's Book of Shemoth, he's a veteran. The very thing that they took to destroy it. Now, I tell you, Queen's giving me some information about water. My goodness. I'm seeing water in a whole new light. My goodness. A whole new light. That's for another time, though. But, so they killed a lot of our babies by dumping them into the water, right? And what saves Moses? But that very same water. Very same water. So, I'm going to close now. but I'll tell you this. We have to stop with this conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. You focus too much on what you see to believe that you cannot believe. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I mean, Hokmah. You focus too much on what you see you believe that you cannot believe. On this conspiracy, this, that, the other, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. The way you don't have the ability to manifest anything positive in your life. Because you're still building bricks. You're putting up walls in your conscious, in your subconscious, to where every time you have a thought, your subconscious and your conscious shoot it down. Oh, well, you got these walls up. That thought's not going to pass. That thought's not going to get to go. The green light. Think about it. It's because you concern yourself too much with the negative side of the fence, when you need to develop the positive side of the fence. You understand what I'm saying? And you need to bulldoze. You need to take down those walls. Plow your field. Did you hear that in our Queen's lecture? Learn from our forefathers. Plow your fields, plant the seed. Water it, nurture it. All these things take time. They take time. But begin to do it. And I tell you what, our Queen is absolutely right. But as I'm studying these universal laws, the law of assumption, it just supersedes the law of attraction. Law of attraction is a lot slower. It's slow. It's a slow process, but it's sure, but it's just slow. But law of assumption, man, my goodness, sleep on it. Sleep on the law of assumption. Sleep on it. Shemoth saying food for thought, and I'm getting ready to close. Food for thought. The Bible story is an example. It is okay to think that Eve is like an ego that doesn't want us to know the law of assumption for good thoughts for Israel, to make things happen for good. For good, the now in our lives today. Yes, the now. To talk with that, Shemoth. The now. Your now can be better than yesterday was. You can manifest now. Today you can manifest now. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. You don't have to wait till next future. Now is now. Don't think how. Think now. Don't worry about the how. Concentrate on the now. What do you want now? And I'm pretty sure there'll be more lectures coming this way, but that I am is some powerful stuff. Because I was one that I want, but I understand now I am. Through the Son of Aaron, I understand that I have to now do it. I am. Not I want in the future. No, I am. You see? You understand? I hope you do. And if you don't, please listen to these videos over and over and over. Listen to them, because they're going to help you. Listen to the audio. It's going to help you. There's a country song here in Texas. They got this country song. How many of you heard the song? I don't know who sings it, but he says, I fought the law and the law won. How many of you are familiar with that song? I fought the law and the law won. You see, we need to quit fighting the law, because the law will win out. The universal laws will win out every single time. The universal laws will win out. Some of us are caught up in these laws that don't mean anything. You see, Cohen said, I would keep the last 3 lectures and store them for eternity and give to our children's children. Oh, indeed, Cohen. That's my intent for sure. For sure. Because I'm telling you, this information, the world does not want you to know these things. God does. The world doesn't want you to go back to the universal laws. They want you to create your own laws. They say you don't live. We're no longer under the law. That's what they tell you. Religions especially. They tell you, you can create your own law. You can do your own thing. Akoi says, listen in the depth. So listen every week, daily, if need be. To build your confidence. That's very important, because a lot of us have a low self-esteem about ourselves. A lot of us, because we've been told for so long we're not going to be nothing, guess what? We think we're nothing. Right now you think you're nothing, but you're something. You're noble. You're nobility. You have a name, and your name has a divine connection to it. You were birthed from stone, on the birthstones. My goodness. You begin to understand and quit saying that I can't, I won't. You say I have, I am. Just put I am in your vocabulary. If you don't know nothing else, just start saying I am. And put some positive inclination behind it. I am happy. I am great. Oh, Rabbi, that sounds like you being selfish. No, you are. You am. I am. I am healed. I am rich. I am at peace. I am love. Woo-wee. Start saying I am. Things will begin to change. It's going to take time, Miss Fahar. You know how long it took you to get in this mess? It's going to take some time. It ain't going to take just the amount of time that it took you to get into the mess, to get out of it, but it will take some time. Because it's a lifestyle change. This is all a part of your changing, your makeup, your restoration process. Is we got to restore the mind. Restore the body, restore the mind, and it will be restored back into the land. Can't skip steps. Can't skip these steps, Mr. Hart. This stuff is so very important. So very important. You see, you can have the mindset of Genesis, or you can have the mindset of the Exodus. Being shackled and in bondage. That's what most people could, when most people think of the Exodus, they only think about the slavery part. Oh, we were enslaved for X amount of years, blah, blah, blah. And they failed to realize in the Exodus that we were living like kings as well in Egypt. They missed that part. They don't like to talk about that part. It's because we start with Genesis, and it begins to talk about the demise of that. It begins to talk about, okay, when you start with the book of Exodus, start to talk about that. But then the book of Genesis, my goodness, we're superheroes. Egypt, the greatest superpower at that time, saw the Hebrews as the best people on this planet. And guess what? That pattern is going to apply again one day as well. Well, the name, those of you who are named as Israel, my goodness, you're going to be seen as nobility, and people will treat you with respect and dignity that you've just never seen before in your life. Because you are the favored ones. You are the favored ones. Don't let nobody take that from you. Don't let nobody tell you the favored ones are done away with. The favored ones, oh, that's for that time. These people are dead. The dead ain't gone. It's a new age. No, it's not. You see, because they want you to follow their man-made laws. So you have gone back to the universal laws. And that's what's going to benefit you. Make that your default. Default. And you do yourself a great service. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up here. We have to close it up here. You guys can get on. You guys need to get on, okay? You guys need to get on, begin to practice these things, just like I'm practicing them as well, and understanding them just like I'm understanding them as well. We'll continue to understand them. I see the benefit in it. It's real. This stuff works. It really does work if you begin to apply it. You just apply it. Don't let the second guess yourself. Don't let doubt. Don't let the how get in your way. You just worry about the what, the now. What do you want to be? And don't even worry. Quit worrying. You just now. Put yourself in a positive now and grow from there. And do yourself a great service. And I guess on this note, I'd like to wish you all a happy New Year. Gregory's New Year is coming up. I wish you all a happy New Year. And best of time. And give thanks to the God of Israel for another Gregorian year that you've been on this earth to do great things and to accomplish your mark. Wow, what a great time we're in. And 2019 is going to be a great year for me. I don't know about you guys, but it's going to be a year of just great blessing and just great benefit. A year of multiplicity that I've never seen before in my life. A great year of that. I see it. A great year. And for Cole Israel as well. As we continue to walk in the divine protection over the God of the heavens and the universes, that loves all His creation and wants us all to go back to His universal laws. Not religion, but universal laws. And those that don't understand them, leave them to us. So I wish you all a happy New Year. If there's any questions, please do let us know where your questions are. I would encourage you to go back and listen to this. I'm telling you, Alcoy said some things in there, man. I need to go back and replay. There's a couple of them for sure. I'm going to archive this. You know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this on a little memory stick. I'm holding that memory stick in my hand right now. I got it in my hand right here. I'm going to put this on a memory stick, and I'm going to put this in my safe. I got a safe. I'm going to put it in there, these 3 lectures, and they'll be stored away. For safekeeping. And I will instruct in my will for my children. And I will tell them personally, but I'll leave it in my will for my children's children. So they all read my will. If the Master Yeshua so desires to linger, and they will all become a part of the legacy and the Kefa in Yahweh is to teach this to your children and your children's children. You see, because we lost that, Mishpah. That part was lost. We passed on our golden nuggets from father to son, the father to son, the father to son. That was lost. We need to bring it back. But we're going to bring it back in 2019 style. Put it on a memory stick. Save it. Put these MP3s on there and plug them away and put them in a safe place. Save it. For our children and our children's children. Okay? Let's do that. Let's do that. You make some positive traditions in your families that will carry forward. Because listen, let's face it, you guys are the foundation. You guys are the foundation that generations will come after you and build upon. Your sons and daughters will build upon this foundation that you're establishing now. What an awesome responsibility. Wow. Think about that. Such a humbling experience. I'm so grateful for this experience that I'm able to do this. I'm the first in my generation and prior generations to establish this foundation. Set some good traditions for yourselves and your families going forward. Good customs. It's going to leave a legacy, and I'm telling you, I'm setting up my families for life. I really am. I'm setting up my families for a life of wealth, prosperity, blessings, This is real stuff, man. We're the pioneers, man. We are the pioneers. See yourselves that way. See yourselves as the pioneers. With many generations that's going to follow you and that's going to remember your name. Why are they going to remember your name? It's because you are the pioneer. You brought back the birthing stone. And look at what you're birthing. What are you birthing with your birthing stone? Wow, that's heavy. That's for another day. Brother, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to turn it over to Kohen. You all have a great Shabbat. You got a great 6 days of labor. And birth some stuff this week.
Today for that, Rabbi Kefa. Okay, yeah, and a Happy New Year to all of you coming up for 2019. A prosperous and abundant New Year. This should be a year of real prosperity and abundance. And before I give you something that you can speak, or maybe I'll write it down, and I think it will probably help you to read this daily. Here is an affirmation that you can use to really help you. It's I am open and receptive to all the good things and abundance in the universe. I am open and receptive to new avenues of income. I'll repeat that. I am open and receptive to all the good things and abundance in the universe. I am open and receptive to new avenues of income. Okay, sorry, I think my mic went. Let me speak again. I am open and receptive to all the good things and abundance in the universe. I am open and receptive to new avenues of income. Okay, so let me go back now to Abraham, because none of you asked any questions, which I think is always pertinent to ask a question regards Abraham. If we had these laws, how did they materialize? Where was Abraham? Where was Israel? Where was Moses? When did they receive it? These are the kind of things that you should be asking to get further information and help yourselves. So I want to just quickly give you a little brief about Abraham. When did Abraham receive this law? Abraham received this law when he was back in Turkey, where he left. Southeast Turkey. If some of you believe he came from Iraq, that's fine. But he got it when he left his home. Yahweh at that point, God at that point came to him and gave him this, and he gave him this what I can only describe as a marker. What is a marker? A marker is something that God gives you and plants it in your field and says, this is what's going to happen. So this is why the words I speak, Rabbi Kefa knows that the words I speak, they have power and they are to be heard. Because we're not speaking about concepts over here. We are speaking about realities that are going to make you abundant beyond measure. Abundance beyond measure. It's very important to understand. So why are we plowing these fields? Because these fields are dormant. These fields are dead. And Abraham's wife's field was dead. And so when God came, He planted it into him. He said, your wife is going to have a child. That was a marker. So all of you need to have markers set in your mind. When you have that marker set, that's your goal. That's where you're going to work towards. So therefore Abraham was given a marker. First Abraham was told, leave your home. I'm going to take you to a new land. So God planted a new marker in his head with the new land. So every time Abraham stopped to think, oh, new land, new land. He slept on it. New land, new land. And guess where he ended up? New land. So that was a law of assumption given to Abraham at that point. After that, you may wonder, you may say, well, Rabbi, are you making these things up? Or what about Israel? When did they receive the law? I don't see Israel receiving the law. How did they get all those cattle? And how did they have all those nice things that they got? Well, let me tell you, I gave the answer to that earlier. The answer was that you can call it in for your children. Abraham called it in for his children, meaning that when Abraham was shown by God, remember the sacrifice. When in Genesis 15, God said, bring a heifer, bring a turtle dove and all those elements. And He said, now lay them and cut them in half. So when He had him do that particular sacrifice, at that point, it tells you something pertinent. when God is going through this sacrifice, let me pick it up in the book of Genesis. Give me a moment. I'm going to open up the book of Genesis and see if I can see it here. The sacrifice, because here there was because it says the following. He says that you shall go to your fathers in Genesis 15:15. You will go to your fathers in peace, in shalom. You will be buried. But he says in the fourth generation there will come a time where the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full, and it says that when it came down, when the sun went down, it was dark, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham, and then he said to him what would happen. So before this, remember, there was in Genesis 15:12, it says, and a deep sleep went upon Abram, and it says, and the horror of great darkness fell upon him. And before that he was told that you are to take and divide certain birds and animals in half. That it says you take a heifer, a turtle dove, and a ram, and you divide them in half, and a pigeon as well. And then he was to do that as a part of a covenant deal. So when Abraham was shown these deals, listen to me carefully, because I'm going to teach you something very powerful. Abraham called the oil wealth for his son Ishmael long before Ishmael even knew that he had oil. Think about that for a second. He called it in for him. He said to God, let my son live. He wasn't just saying let him live and breathe. Of course he's going to live for whatever 80, 90 years and then die. He was talking about let his generations be blessed mightily. That's what he was saying. And you know what God said? He said, Abraham, I've heard you, and it is done. They will be blessed. And guess what? The oil in the Arab lands, these are sons of Abraham. The oil in the Arab lands, these are ancestors of Ishmael. They were found when exactly? In the 19th century through England and America. These are the countries that went over there and dug for oil. And they drilled for oil and oil turned up. So guess what? Abraham called it in for his children, just as Abraham called it in for Ishmael. Abraham called the blessings, the cattle, the sheep for his 12 sons when they were in Egypt. They had no clue about the law. They didn't even understand it properly. So what happened? Moses was called back by God. First thing, Moses was called back, and God instructed him. What did God do? He says, Moses, I'm ready to cultivate your mind. You're going to take my people out and you're going to plant them in another land called Israel. That's where you're taking them from slavery to freedom. By the way, that freedom wasn't just coming from Egypt. It was freedom of the mind. They were enslaved in their mind as bricklayers. And God said, you're no longer going to be bricklayers. You're going to be abundant. You're going to have abundant blessings. And this is how it's going to happen. So he planted the thoughts, the necessary seeds into Moses' brain. And Moses then slept on it. Moses was like, first, I can't handle it. What am I going to do with this? He's trying to run away from it. I can't handle it. I can't speak the right words. So Moses tried to run. And then it says, and he came back. And then God told him, no, you're going to do this. And your brother's going to be with you. And he's going to become your speaker. So God made sure that the seed was firmly planted in the field of Moses. And Moses took it and Moses slept on it. The law of assumption was given to Moses clear cut. And so when Moses slept on it, Moses of course didn't need to give it to Aaron. Aaron already had it. Aaron already knew about it. And Aaron was ready to take action with Moses. When Moses went, you find nowhere in this scripture, in the Bible, or outside the Bible, in any extra books, you don't find where it says Moses went and started describing everything to Aaron. Aaron already knew everything. Because he had already received that revelation from God. This is how it's going to work. This is how you guys are going to free my people. So the idea was planted from Moses to Israel. And guess what happened with Israel? Do you know when he went to Israel, some of the people rejected him. They said, what is this man talking about? What do you mean we're going to be a free people? We've been a slave over here for so many years now. A whole generation has spent their life in slavery. How can we be free people now? And Moses said no. So Moses cultivated their fields and planted that idea in their heads. Now some of the elders, they got it. They got it. They understood what Moses was trying to teach them, and the others didn't get it. So who do you think were complaining? The complainers of Israel were the people who didn't get it, and they were the people who never entered the land of Israel. Notice that the people who didn't get it, their children got it. How come their children got it and they didn't get it? Because we see that the children entered the land. The elders didn't enter the land except about 2 people. So we understand from that the people were resistant. They were resistant to the ideas. They may be thought that these are foreign ideas. Are they really ours? Maybe they came out of other nations. Maybe they're Egyptian ideas. Maybe they're, they come from the Syrian Empire. They had all sorts of ideas. Maybe they came from the Amorites. By the way, Amorites are out of India. So they thought maybe these came out of the Amorites. But these were not Amorite ideas. These were ideas that came from Abraham's background, by the way. They came from out of India. So these ideas were instilled in Abraham. They were re-instilled in Jacob. Then after that, they were re-instilled in Moses, and from Moses all the way down. And the problem is that majority of these ideas were lost over time. Probably due to the fact that people, decided to do their own thing and became modernized, because, they came out of a culture which was originally modern, but then they came out into the wilderness. They kind of suffered for 40 years, suffered in the sense that they didn't have modern amenities, they didn't have toilets and stuff like that. They had to live in tents, and they have to make do with things as they were on the move, like travelers do. They have to live out of a suitcase. So that kind of thing. So when they came into the land, when their children came into the land, they were very prosperous. They became very prosperous because their children applied the ideas that the forefathers did not apply. So therefore, today, you sit there, and the problem is this, that a lot of you sit and listen. And what do you do with it? Well, you think to yourself, you know what, yeah, sounds like a good idea. But then you do nothing about it. So the idea is never planted. And the idea is never planted because what you're used to is you're the mobile phone generation. This is the smartphone generation. The problem with the smartphone generation, they want it right now. They have no patience. And when you are behaving like that, when you say, I want it right now and I can't wait for it 4 months, then guess what? Where you're going to go? Pile of history of failures. People who failed. That's the pile of history that you'll end up on when you think like that. So you have to really think differently. You have to think from a winning mindset. You have to think that I have been given a winning mind. I've been given direct access to God. Because remember, who has had direct access to God? Israel had direct access to God because they made covenants with God. So if Israel had direct access to God, surely, don't you think that there will be some other things they have direct access to that God had given? But then, they get lost over time because they're not practiced, they're not taught, and they're written about, but then, nothing happens. A lot of you have become religious kooks. What is a religious kook? In the utmost respect I say this was not to disrespect you. You're a religious kook, because what will happen is you'll hear these ideas, and what you'll do, you'll say, oh, I'm going back to my religion. Oh, this sounds too fanciful. Oh, this sounds obnoxious. Oh, this sounds like blasphemy. I'm going to go back to my religion, my God. A lot of you fall into that camp, and that's where you will be a failure again. You will be failures because if you go back to that mindset, your mindset will make you fail, because you're fighting a battle between the two you, the old you and the new you. And the old you will say, hold back, hold back, hold back. Religion, religion, religion. Dogma, dogma, dogma. I am dealing with a 74-year-old woman. Let me be frank to you and let me tell you the honest truth. I've dealt with a 74-year-old woman. Religion is stuck in her bones, right down to her bones. And you know where she keeps going? Back to religion. I have to keep reminding her that this is not religion. These are universal laws. They don't apply to you just because you call yourself Israel. They apply to you irrespective. These are universal laws. They apply to every man and woman on this planet because God created everybody. I have to keep reminding her this, but sometimes it doesn't register, because when people keep looking for answers with Jesus and this and that, then the problem is this, that you're going to mistranslate and you're going to misunderstand the words of Jesus as well. Because you're going to keep taking them as religious words. They're not religious words. He didn't come to teach a religion. He didn't come to even establish a new religion. But you saw earlier today, there was a guy in the room, he kept putting texts out. And his continuous text was this, who came to Abraham? Was it the word? Who was the word? First he said, who was the word that came to Abraham? He kept asking that question. Even after being answered by me, he kept asking Rabbi Kefa, who was the word? Was it just a writing, or was it Jesus? Was it a person? You see, that is a religious dogma. When you're stuck with the religious dogma, what do you think is your comfort zone? You'll keep going back to your comfort zone. Oh, so what difference does it make? Let's just take that as a scenario. If the word that went to Abraham, if that was Jesus, for argument's sake, does it make any difference if it's Jesus or if it's Johnny? Does it make any difference? Think about it. Is Jesus or Johnny? Does it make a difference? It doesn't make an iota of difference. Because when God comes to you, God has many avenues to reach you. I mean, Rabbi Kefa spoke about some of those avenues. God can come to you in a donkey's voice. God can speak to you from a mountain. God can, send you an angel. Many ways that God can speak to you. God can send a man. God can send a woman. So the thing is that that guy had made God into a tin box. He made his own little tin box and he put God in it. Now he wants the answer he wants to hear. You know what the answer he wanted to hear? Oh, God sent Jesus. That's the answer he wanted to hear, to comfort himself, because he was looking for comforting food to tickle his ears. Unfortunately, scripture is not like that. It doesn't comfort your ears. Scripture is scripture. Now, so this is why I said later that when I went to that poor lady's house, was it me going there? Was it God? Or was it God's word? Who went there? So see, this is a kind of stupidity that we run into with people. They're all stuck with the religion. Sabbath this and Sabbath that. And I have to remind somebody, I don't care how perfect you keep your Sabbath. I don't care how many prayers you read on the Sabbath. If you don't adopt the perfect law, you will never be successful in your life. I just don't care about it any longer, because to me, right, people are confusing ritual observance with universal law. Universal law don't care. Universal don't care you keep the Sabbath on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Universal laws apply. The law of gravity doesn't care whether you are wearing a suit, a two-piece suit, or whether you're wearing a skirt and blouse as a man. It doesn't care. When you fall off that cliff, you fall off that cliff. Does it care what clothes you're wearing? Or is it going to write, oh, that man was wearing, a blouse and a skirt, therefore, I made sure that he doesn't fall because I'm the law of gravity. Doesn't give two hoots about it. Doesn't care how you do it. But the law of gravity is not superior law to the law of assumption. The law of assumption is extremely, extremely powerful. I'm telling you one thing. A lot of people talk about the law of attraction on the internet. You can go look at it if you like. And people are charging thousands of dollars to teach that law. They will charge you an arm and a leg. You know how much they charge you? $10,000 to give you mentoring. $5,000, $15,000 to give you mentoring. I'll write a name over here and you can go search it. Bob Proctor. Go search the name Bob Proctor. And Bob Proctor teaches the law of attraction. And just check how much he charges. He'll never have a price on his mentoring course. But I have heard that people are paying an arm and a leg to get into that course. It's like about $10,000 to $15,000. And some people are saying it's like buying a house, putting your deposit on a new home. But then what happens, the law of attraction for most people is impractical. It's slow. It's cumbersome. It doesn't always work as people give up because you have to persist on it. But this law I'm teaching you, my goodness, this law is 50 million times powerful than the law of attraction. And you don't need to pay you don't need to pay $10,000 fees to me. I gave this to you free. Do you see that? Do you see what just happened today and yesterday and last week and 2 weeks before? I gave you these things free. Rabbi Kefa gave you these things free. Why? Why did I give you these things free? You don't all tithe. I mean, many of you come in the room and I know you by name, but you don't all tithe. You're like skimping on your tithe. Oh, I don't want to tithe to this rabbi. Why should I tithe? So you are already living in the land of lack. And I know that. Because you live in the land of lack, guess what attaches to you? Lack. So this is why I don't even speak about it any longer, because I know it's a waste of time. People who don't get it, they will never get it. But people who get it, they know how to give, because what did Jesus teach? It is better to give. It is better to give. Why is it better to give? Because the ones who gives receives back, and the ones who don't give receive nada. Nada will come to you if you don't give. Because don't think to yourself, oh, I'm going to become a millionaire and I'm going to be rich and then I'm going to do everything. But if you don't have a giving heart, your riches will come to naught. Because have you heard about millionaires? People who won the lotteries. Go and check on the internet. How many of those people today are bankrupt and with nada, zero? Many people. Why? Why is that these people suddenly became millionaires? They had like a 40, 50, 100 million jackpot, and 2 years later into the event they lost all their money. Why? It's what I call the law of lack took effect. Because when you have these narrow mindsets that you don't want to give, that you want to hoard and hoard, and you want to save every penny, guess what happens to you? You lose all you have. Because this law is so powerful. As powerful it is to give, as powerful it is to take. Because if you try to use the law for misuse, it can be used for misuse, but the results will be devastating. Don't think that God's laws are without repercussions. They have repercussions. So I always warn people privately that if you're going to do this, be very sure about who you are as a person and what you want to do with what you get. Because if you don't utilize the money properly, you will lose it all, and more so. You will lose more than money. So I warn people with that as well, that be givers, be doers. Don't just be hearers, and don't just be receivers, because many people want to receive with two hands. Give me, give me, give me, give me. But they don't want to give anything out. When you apply God's laws, you have to give out as well. You receive, you give out, and you receive. It's called the law of multiplicity. The law of multiplicity happens to you when you're a giver, not when you're a taker. Think about that for a minute and ask yourself this question, that am I a giver? And if the answer is no, then you really need to look at yourself internally. Now, coming back on another level, some of you I know are single. Some of you are single and you struggle to find that wife, or maybe that woman out there that struggles to find that husband. Let me give you the law of assumption. Let me help you how you can find a wife and a husband. What you do is you wear a ring on your hand and you tell yourself that you are married. You have a beautiful wife if you're a man, and you have a beautiful husband if you're a woman, and you sleep with that ring on your fingers, reminding yourself, I am married, my wife is coming, my husband is coming, and I guarantee you that God will bring a beautiful man or a beautiful woman into your life. That is the law of assumption. I suggest you go practice it, and I suggest you can write back to me, or you can come over this room on a Shabbat, on a Saturday, and you can give your testimony, because this, I've given you very, very powerful law to be married. You don't need to go out look for a wife. You don't need to go out look for a husband. Just wear a wedding ring. It's a symbol. What I taught you earlier, remember what I told you about Abraham? God put a symbol in his head. You are going to a new country. And Abraham got it. Abraham ended up in Israel. Then what did God do after that? He said, your children are going to a new country. They're going to be enslaved in the land. So Abraham was instilled with some future prophecy, future things coming to pass. Well, then Abraham was worried about his children, or what's going to happen to them. Are they going to come out of this slavery? What's going to happen to my other son, Ishmael? Is he going to live? Is he going to thrive? God said, yes, he will thrive. He said, your other children, yes, they will also come out, but there will be a certain number of years after which they will come out. So God already planned everything. But Abraham was told. Guess what Abraham was doing? But do you think Abraham was just sitting there and just, counting his fingers and thinking, oh, my children are going to go into slavery. What shall I do? Shall I pray? What shall I do? No, Abraham was focusing on the law of assumption. My children are going to come out of slavery. My children are going to come out of slavery. I'm going to sleep on it. My children are not going to be slaves forever. Abraham slept on it. And through Abraham, who do you think that law came to? That law came to Moses and Aaron. Because they were the ones who are going to go and help redeem those people, help rescue them. Because who cares about heaven? I mean, look at the stupidity of people around today. Everybody's worried about going to heaven. What about us living? What about my life for the next 50, 70, 80 years? What am I going to do with that? You got to worry about living. You got to think about living, not about heaven. I don't care about heaven. I need to live today. I need to feed my family. I need to pay my bills. I need to do this. I need to do that. That is more important. Heaven is not important for me, because what is heaven? Oh, I die? God will take care of it. That's my heaven. I don't worry about heaven. I don't worry about death. But what you got to think about is today, now. How am I going to help my wife? How am I going to make my wife happy? How am I going to make my children happy? The year is ending round the corner. Year is ending, I've got to buy my wife a gift maybe. Maybe I've got to get my children some gifts for Happy New Year. What am I going to do? And you don't have a bankroll to do it? Do you think you care about heaven? Come on, please. Come out of this religious dogma and BS that religion teaches you about heaven. It is not like they teach you. The kingdom of God is within you. It is up to you to activate that kingdom. If you activate that kingdom, you will get all the desires you want. You will live a prosperous, you live a righteous life. But if you don't, you will die in your sin. Now you decide. You heard the lecture today. You decide whether you want to die in your sins. Because you might say, Rabbi, I'm very righteous. Really? If you're very righteous, then you should be up there with Mr. Trump. And if you're not up there with Mr. Trump, then maybe not Mr. Trump, maybe you should be up there with somebody else. Maybe Steve Jobs, alike, maybe that kind of rank. Maybe another person. But you should definitely not be struggling. If you are struggling, if you have lack, then your righteousness is of no use to anybody. It's no use to the dog on the street, because you can't even get the dog on the street some food. That's the reality. So let's face realities. Let's face facts on the ground. But God has given you the ability to change your life, to change your facts. Do you know that facts could be changed? Think about it. Facts can be changed. Because what are facts on the ground? Opinions. Opinions and opinions and opinions of men. Because they keep changing their facts. So guess what? If it says that you're not a millionaire, for argument's sake, I'm not saying that everybody desires to be a millionaire, but I'm just saying some people might be very happy with a nice, with a new husband. Some men might be very happy with a new wife. So, that's their desire. Because they don't want $1 million. They just want a nice, beautiful wife who can love them and they can live their life. And some people are struggling to get a job. They get a job of their dreams. They are very happy. Yeah, all of that can happen. All of this is in the realm of possible right now. It's possible. But you have to ask yourself, what do you want? What is your desire? Where are you going to be righteous? Where are you going to attain your righteousness? Or are you going to miss the mark? Torah is missing the mark, remember? If you don't keep the Torah, what do we say? You miss the mark, because it's like an arrow. You miss the mark and you don't get there. A lot of people take that to mean, oh, I didn't keep the Sabbath properly. Oh, I said the wrong prayer. Oh, I started it as sunset instead of sunrise. A lot of people are stuck with dogma. It is not about that. It is not about dogma. It is about you activating the law so that you can best operate in the Torah of success and abundance. So with that, I'll ask if you have any questions. My suggestion to you is keep this audio. This audio will go live. I would suggest you download it, you save it, and you listen to it daily until it ingrains in your head, and you teach your children and you teach your children's children this law, because this law is the perfect law of not only our forefathers, but perfect law of success and happiness and desires fulfilled. Nothing can give you that. I can tell you, nothing in the world, outer world will give you that, and yet you're getting it handed to you on a plate. So don't just take it and leave it and say, oh well, it's free, it's no value. I listened to it and I'm going to go do something else. No, value what you heard, because people are charging thousands of dollars and giving you a mediocre law to what I've given you today. You've got the best law to operate. They're giving you a second law which is mediocre to this. The law of attraction is mediocre to this law. Now you decide where you want to be. You want to be a dogma into religion? Well, how does this happen and how does that happen? Who cares how does that happen? Scriptures are veiled. And until the scriptures are open, you can read your Bible every day. I don't care you read it 50 million times. You'll never get it. So God knows who to open the Bible for and who to shut the Bible for. He knows that already. So you have an opportunity. I'm not selling you anything. I'm not selling you snake oil. I'm not saying to you, give me $50 before I reveal the secret to you. I've given it to you openly. And as Rabbi Kefa told you, that many people out there, when it comes to the law of attraction, do you know that many people out there didn't want to give that to the people, because they knew that they would become competitors to them. I read about Henry Ford. He was severely against anybody having that law and understanding, and he prevented people from receiving that understanding. And there was a few other people who didn't want other people to have, and I understand it. I understand their concern. I'm not saying that Henry Ford was an evil man. Henry Ford probably, out of right mind, had concerns, because he was a businessman. He was maybe worried that somebody might come up as a competitor to him and destroy his business. So you can understand that. So it's not that always people do things because they're evil. Sometimes they do things because they're trying to protect their empire. But the universe is abundant. The universe is so abundant with riches that no one's empire will go bust. God is able to give everybody without measure, and still there'll be plenty more. So there is plenty out there. So there's no need to worry about competition. So therefore, it's important that you understand the principles and you understand the applications. Most of you will fail. Why will you fail? Because your own negativities, your own negative emotions, your own doubts will cause you to fail. So what you have to do to avoid failure, you must overcome your doubts and your negativities. And there are ways to do that. But I'm not going to go into the ways and the means and all that. That's for me, for my private mentoring, for my private students. I reserve that for some special people who actually want to strike the iron hot and get exactly what they want. So therefore, remember, what I will give you this is that you will get negativities. There will come times when you will be discouraged, but don't give up. Persevere. When I was in Taekwondo, when I was learning Taekwondo, the Korean martial art, they taught us a few principles, and they said, perseverance, indomitable spirit, never give up. So I would say to you the same thing. Perseverance, indomitable spirit, never give up. If you want to succeed in something, don't ever give up. Thomas Edison failed 1,000 times. He didn't say it was failure. He said it was just 1,000 ways he found that he couldn't make the light work. And then he found the light, the willing, the way to make it work was 1,000 in the first time. Was a way to make it work. He found it how to do it now. So he said he spent 1,000 times not able to make it work. The words "I cannot" should be eradicated from your vocabulary. You should never use the word cannot, can't, don't. These words, you need to ask yourself that question. A lot of you use those words. So you need to eradicate, and a lot of you need to wash this religion out of you, because a lot of you are stuck with religion, dogma, church, theology. You need to wash all of that out of you, because until you wash that out, God can't reign supreme through you. God can only reign supreme through you once that religion is washed out. Then God can reign supreme. Otherwise, it's a difficult task. God can only work through people who are open-minded and open, not intolerant. A lot of people that I run into are intolerant. They're intolerant about many things. Intolerant about gays, intolerant about transgender, intolerant about fat people, intolerant about skinny people, intolerant about black, intolerant about white, intolerant about Mexicans. These are the negativities that occupy a lot of people's minds. They need to go. If they don't go, you won't receive. So start purging your minds of all negativities. So any questions please before I'm going to close the room? I think we went on for a little longer than usual today, but that's okay because the lecture had a lot of information that would be relevant for you to listen to later, and I think so it was probably pertinent to go over some things twice over. Okay, so I'm going to say thank you for listening and have a great Shabbat Shalom and have a great week ahead. Eddie's got a question, somewhat unrelated, but it is permissible to turn on regular lights and not just LED? Absolutely is permissible. Absolutely permissible, Eddie, to turn on the lights. It's just like one of the people in the room asked me earlier that it is okay to eat beef that is not kosher. Now, obviously, I don't want to disrespect people in the room. I could have said to him, show me where it says you got to eat kosher beef. Does it say anywhere in scripture you got to eat kosher beef? Does it say I'm going to have a glad kosher label on it? The answer is no. Only thing that God tells you is don't eat blood. So whether you buy your beef from Walmart, whether you buy it from Costco, whether you buy it from Sam's Club, as long as it doesn't have blood in it, you're good to go. That is permissible food, by the way, for those of you who didn't know. So I repeat myself again, what I've probably said umpteen times before. Okay, you have a great day, a great week ahead, and a great happy new year to you. Abundant, blessed 2019 may begin for you and change your lives for the better, that you may become the light and the beacon for other people. Shabbat Shalom, Shalom Shalom.